Chapter 1963. The middle-aged man's words caused everyone in the surroundings to be stunned. Damn it. Whether the border realm is hospitable or not depends entirely on their strength. Yi Xian was quite stunned as well. He'd thought that the middle-aged man would go crazy and try to kill him. So that wasn't the case. That's a little out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Young brother, are you interested in going to our border realm? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. What's your name? The middle-aged man replied. Nakayama of Silla. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Nakayama of Silla? The middle-aged man nodded. I'm Nakayama of Silla from Dowlin Kingdom. Do you know Dowlin Kingdom? Oh, you definitely don't. But that's fine. I can tell you that it's called the Border Realm, and our Dowlin Kingdom is named after it. Do you understand? All of them were speechless. Nakayama of Silla gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Young brother, this world is too limited. Moreover, its martial Dao civilization is too low, and it's truly not suitable for development. Are you interested in going to the border realm with me? When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at Gu Chou. You can go as well. Gu Chou hesitated for a moment and said, all of us can go? Nakayama of Silla shook his head. I can only take 3 people with me. 3 people. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. Did this fellow come here just to pick people? Gu Chou gazed at Yi Xian. Are you going? Yi Xian gazed at Nakayama of Silla. Can we choose not to go? Nakayama of Silla smiled. Of course. However, I have to remind all of you that you killed that old man. Do you know who he is? He's a member of the enforcement sect, and it won't be long before the enforcement sect arrives. At that time, they won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Gu Chou was astounded. So all of you aren't on the same side? Nakayama of Silla spoke seriously. Of course. Everyone. So this guy wasn't in cahoots with the old man. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, why did you bring us here? Nakayama of Silla laughed and said, I think we are wasting time now. I have to remind all of you that the members of the Dowlin Enforcement Sect will arrive in another 10 minutes. At that time, all of you will have to face numerous extraordinary experts. Hearing this, Gu Chou's face suddenly became a little ugly. Nakayama of Silla looked at Yi Xian. Especially you. If they find out that you killed their men, they will never let you off. If you are willing to go to the Dao Boundary Realm with me, I can settle this for you. Yi Xian and Gu Chou looked at each other. Gu Chou said solemnly, I'll go. Nakayama of Silla looked at Yi Xian. What about you? Yi Xian laughed bitterly. Do I have any other choice? Nakayama of Silla smiled slightly. I don't think so. At this moment, Fan Jian suddenly said, Sir, don't you have another spot? Nakayama of Silla sized Fan Jian up. You want to go? Fan Jian nodded. Nakayama of Silla laughed. Give me a reason. Fan Jian glanced at Gu Chou and Yi Xian. Why did you choose them? Nakayama of Silla pointed at Gu Chou. Because he is a genius. With a little nurturing, a super genius will appear in our Dowlin nation. Fan Jian pointed at Yi Xian. What about him? Nakayama of Silla glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. There are people behind him. If there are people behind you, they can go with me. Everyone. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Fan Jian's expression was slightly unnatural. At this moment, a Mingji saint behind Fan Jian suddenly said, Sir, if you were to choose one of them, who would you choose? Gu Chou? Yi Xian? Everyone looked at Nakayama of Silla. Nakayama of Silla suddenly waved his right hand. Bang. The Mingji saint who spoke was directly eliminated. Nakayama of Silla laughed. What kind of trash is this? He doesn't have any strength, yet he dares to sow discord in front of me. Really? The Mingji saints behind Fan Jian didn't dare to speak anymore. Nakayama of Silla looked at Yi Xian and Gu Chou. He smiled. We don't have much time left. Let's go. Gu Chou turned to look at the evil tribe members. From now on, Gu Bo will be the evil tribe leader. Hearing this, the evil tribe members wanted to say something. Gu Chou suddenly said, This is my choice. Don't worry, I will be back. The evil tribe members looked at each other. and then knelt down in unison. Farewell, tribe leader. They naturally knew that this was a chance for Gu Chou to change her fate. Gu Chou changing her fate was equivalent to the evil tribe changing their fate. This was great news. Gu Chou nodded slightly, and then looked at Nakayama of Silla. Let's go. Nakayama of Silla smiled. All right. As he spoke, he led Yi Xian and Gu Chou towards the sky. Fan Jian and the others had gloomy expressions as they watched Yi Xian and the others leave. No one knew what they were thinking. Xue Linglong looked at Yi Xian, who was in the sky, and just looked at him. After passing through the stone door, Yi Xian and the others started moving swiftly. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, why did you kill the Snow Mountain King? Nakayama of Silla smiled. He was too arrogant and full of himself. There was no point in keeping him alive. Gu Chou said, those with a bit of ability are definitely a bit arrogant. The Prince of Zhongshan faintly smiled. What you say is correct, but in our eyes he doesn't have much ability. Gu Chou smiled bitterly. I think he is better than me. Nakayama of Silla shook his head. Not necessarily. He has cultivated longer than you. If you were in the same generation as him, you would not lose to him. Moreover, your temperament is better. Yi Xian suddenly said. What about me? Nakayama of Silla glanced at Yi Xian. You are very mysterious. I cannot see through you. Yi Xian said. Then why did you bring me to Daoji? Nakayama of Silla smiled. Just treat it as a good karma. Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, 3 powerful auras appeared in the distance. Nakayama of Silla spoke abruptly. Both of you don't need to say anything. I'll do it. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 old men in black robes appeared in front of them. The old man in the lead gazed at Nakayama of Silla. So it's Nakayama of Silla. Nakayama of Silla smiled. So it's Elder Gui from the law enforcement sect. The old man called Gui glanced at Gu Chou and Yi Xian. Nakayama of Silla, who are they? Nakayama of Silla smiled. Now that you mention it, I think of something. The 3 of you want to head down there, right? Gui nodded. Our people died down there. The 3 of us. Nakayama of Silla hurriedly said. I killed them. Gui looked at Nakayama of Silla. Killed them? Nakayama of Silla nodded. It's that Snow Mountain King. You should know this person. He dared to say that he wanted to compete for our Dao border's resources. He's really reckless. Saying that, he spread out his palm and then gently wiped it. An image appeared in front of everyone. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Before, it was the process of him killing the Snow Mountain King, but there was no sound. Seeing Nakayama of Silla kill the Snow Mountain King, Gui and the other 2 looked at each other. Finally, Gui said in a deep voice, Is it really this Snow Mountain King who killed our people? Snow Mountain King nodded. Yes. Saying that, he sighed. Unfortunately, I was too late. Otherwise, I would have been able to save your people. Gui glanced at them and Gu Chou. These 2 are, Snow Mountain King smiled. 2 interesting little guys. Their qualifications are not bad. You also know that my Daolin state has been lacking people recently. So there's no way. Gui nodded slightly. Understood. Nakayama of Silla hesitated, then said with a smile. That, you see, I helped your people get revenge. Don't you want to say something? Hearing this, Yi Xian and Gu Chou's expressions became strange. Damn it. Why is this guy like this? Gui and the other 2's expressions also became strange. Gui hesitated, then said. Nakayama of Silla, you. Nakayama of Silla smiled. Not much. Just give me 10 divine ranges. Not much, right? Hearing this, Gui's expression changed drastically. Nakayama of Silla, you are asking for too much. You want 10 divine ranges to kill one of your subordinates? Why don't you just rob them? You. Nakayama of Silla said. Then 5. Gui said angrily. Impossible. Nakayama of Silla, we didn't ask you to kill for us. You killed them yourself. Nakayama of Silla still wanted to say something, but Gui flicked his sleeve. Farewell. With that, he turned around and left with the 2 beside him. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Nakayama of Silla looked into the distance and remained silent. Gu Chou asked, Senior, are you still worried? Nakayama of Scylla said softly. Just now that old man looked at you too a few times. Speaking of this, he looked at Yi Xian. Little guy, I may not be able to protect you. Because next they will definitely go down to investigate. And the fact that you killed that old man will definitely be exposed. Yi Xian fell silent. Nakayama of Scylla said. You have to go. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Go where? Nakayama of Scylla said in a low voice. There is only one force that doesn't fear the law enforcement sect. That is Spiritual Mountain. You have to go to Spiritual Mountain. As long as you can join Spiritual Mountain, and Spiritual Mountain is willing to protect you, then you will be fine. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Spiritual Mountain? Nakayama of Scylla nodded. He took out a letter and handed it to Yi Xian. I know an elder of Spiritual Mountain. Her name is Yen Banshan. Go find her, and find a way to become her disciple. As long as you can become her disciple, then you won't have to fear the law enforcement sect. Yi Xian was about to speak when Nakayama of Scylla suddenly said, Little brother, we are leaving. With that, he disappeared with Gu Chou. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. On the other side, Gu Chou said in a low voice, Senior, why? Nakayama of Scylla sighed in a low voice. It's not that I don't want to protect him, but I really can't. Your brother is not simple, especially the sword in his hand. That sword not only exceeds the scope of your world, but also the scope of our critical realm. As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the others. He said softly, I also want to ride on his coattails, but there are too many people behind me. I don't want to gamble with the lives of my own people. Let him go and harm Spirit Mountain. P.S. Recently, I have been saving the manuscript. Write 3 chapters, publish 2 and keep 1. In this way, the manuscript can be saved slowly. Perfect. End of this chapter. Chapter 1964. Spirited Mountain. Yi Xian was stunned when he arrived at Spirited Mountain. Spirited Mountain was just a small hill. And if it wasn't for a tattered wooden sign with the word Spirited Mountain written on it, he would definitely think that he'd gone the wrong way. There were only a few thatched cottages on the hill. Spirited Mountain? Yi Xian felt that it was more suitable to call it Pasan. What should I do? Yi Xian fell silent for a long time before he walked towards Spirited Mountain in the end. Since I'm already here, I should go up and take a look, right? When he arrived at the peak of Spirited Mountain, a tattered thatched cottage entered his eyes, and an old man was sweeping the ground before it. The old man wore very simple clothes and his hair was white. He seemed extremely old. Yi Xian's expression shook when he saw this. Based on his past experience, any old man who swept the ground in such a place was basically a peerless expert. Yi Xian walked over to the old man and bowed slightly. Greetings, senior. The old man didn't even spare a glance at Yi Xian, and he just ignored him and continued sweeping. Yi Xian didn't feel embarrassed at all. He glanced at the surroundings and said, Senior, are you the only one on Spirited Mountain? The old man still didn't speak. Meanwhile, Yi Xian withdrew the green profound sword and passed it to the old man. Senior, do you think this sword of mine looks nice? The old man stopped sweeping. He gazed at the sword with a calm expression, and he didn't speak as well. Yi Xian said with a serious expression, Senior, feel it. As he spoke, he passed the sword to the old man. The old man glanced at Yi Xian but still didn't speak. Yi Xian was about to speak when the old man suddenly grabbed the sword. A short moment later, his brows knit together slightly, and then he swiftly let go of the sword. After that, he gazed at Yi Xian silently. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Senior, I'm a member of Spirited Mountain from now on. As he spoke, he scanned his surroundings. Soon he arrived in front of a thatched hut. Inside the hut were 5 or 6 memorial tablets. Yi Xian did not care and bowed slightly. Greetings, ancestral masters. From now on I, Yi Xian, am a member of Spiritual Mountain. Don't worry, ancestral masters, I will revitalize Spirited Mountain. Behind him, the old man furrowed his brows. However, as if he had thought of something, he glanced at the green profound sword in front of him. Soon his brows slowly relaxed. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the sky. However, when the aura was about to approach the Spiritual Mountain, It suddenly disappeared without a trace. An old man had appeared at the foot of the mountain. It was Elder Gu Yi of the law enforcement sect. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw Gu Yi. This fellow really went down to investigate. Gu Yi looked coldly at Yi Xian, then looked at the old man in front of Yi Xian. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Elder Xian. Junior." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched slightly. This old man was really a super mighty figure. Elder Xian glanced at Gu Yi and did not speak. Gu Yi hesitated for a moment and then said, "Elder Xian, this young man killed someone from my law enforcement sect. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Sir, I am now a member of Spiritual Mountain." Gu Yi was slightly stunned and then became furious. How is that possible? How could Spiritual Mountain accept you? You. Yi Xian spread out his hands. "I just joined Spiritual Mountain." Gu Yi stared at Yi Xian. Spiritual Mountain has not accepted anyone for 3 million years. How could they accept someone like you? Yi Xian said angrily, "I'm joining unilaterally, can't I?" Hearing this, Gu Yi was stunned. Unilaterally joining? What kind of operation was this? Elder Xian could not help but glance at Yi Xian. A subtle change finally appeared on his calm face. Gu Yi stared at Yi Xian. If this guy was not on Spiritual Mountain, he would have made a move long ago. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. He also wanted to make a move but he did not dare. This was Spiritual Mountain. He could not bear the consequences. But what puzzled him was why Elder Xian tolerated this guy's unreasonable pestering on Spiritual Mountain. At this time, Elder Xian continued to sweep the floor. Gu Yi looked at Yi Xian, his face a little ugly. "Yi Xian, they did not say that they would accept you. How can you have the face to stay up there? Don't you have any shame?" Yi Xian said angrily. "What's the use of this thing? Tell me, what's the use of it?" Gu Yi was stunned. Damn. He had lived for thousands of years, and this was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. What kind of weirdo is this? Elder Xian, who was sweeping the floor, could not help but look at Yi Xian again. Gu Yi ignored Yi Xian and looked at Elder Xian instead. "Elder Xian, the sect master asked me to bring this person back. This?" Elder Xian was expressionless. "You are not allowed to fight in the Spiritual Mountain." Gu Yi was a little troubled. Was the Spiritual Mountain going to protect this guy? Not allowed to fight? There was no way that Yi Xian would go with him obediently. Thinking until here, he looked at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, the Spiritual Mountain did not accept you as a disciple, but you are still here. Aren't you embarrassed?" Yi Xian said. "Of course I am." Gu Yi said angrily. "Can you be more shameless?" Yi Xian said. "I am shameless." Gu Yi's expression froze, and his lungs almost exploded. What kind of weirdo is this? After a while, Gu Yi gradually calmed down. He realized that something was wrong. Why did Elder Xian allow Yi Xian to cause trouble on Spiritual Mountain? That was the crux of the problem. Yi Xian did not care about Gu Yi. He turned around and walked to the side, then sat down cross-legged and entered Xiaota. Cultivate. To him, the most important thing was to increase his strength as soon as possible. Strength was the way to go. Seeing Yi Xian enter Xiaota to cultivate, Gu Yi's expression turned ugly. Gu Yi looked at the old man and hesitated. "Elder Xian, you." Elder Xian ignored him and turned around to continue sweeping the floor. After a moment of silence, a ruthless look flashed in Gu Yi's eyes. He decided to give it a try. Since Elder Xian could let Yi Xian cause trouble on Spiritual Mountain, Elder Xian might not attack him even if he attacked. Be bold. Thinking until here, Gu Yi suddenly disappeared and went straight to where Yi Xian was on Spiritual Mountain. Just as he was about to approach Yi Xian, Elder Xian suddenly flicked his sleeves. Boom. A white light flashed, and Gu Yi was sent back to his original position. When he stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Yi was stunned. He looked at Elder Xian on the mountain. Elder Xian. Elder Xian looked at Gu Yi coldly. "If you attack again, I'll destroy your soul." Gu Yi was a little confused. "Why? Elder Xian. Why didn't you attack him?" "But to me." Elder Xian looked at Gu Yi and narrowed his eyes. "Get lost." Gu Yi was shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately turned around and left. On Spiritual Mountain, Elder Xian glanced at the place where he was sitting and remained silent. On the other side of the mountain range, Gui stopped and his expression was extremely ugly. After a moment, he turned around and looked in the direction of Spiritual Mountain, then turned around and left. This matter was no longer something he could handle, because now Spiritual Mountain had made it clear that they wanted to protect Yi Xian. On Spiritual Mountain, inside Xiaota, Yi Xian felt a little pain in the ass because this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Now that he was at the life body realm, not to mention at the Dao boundary, even below it, his realm was very low. And at this critical level, it was even lower than that. He had to find a way to improve his realm and sword Dao. Cultivation. In the following time, Yi Xian began to cultivate crazily. Anyway, he had enough cultivation resources. After the fall of the Snow Mountain King, all his resources had fallen into his hands. Now he was as rich as a country. Inside Xiaota, cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed. At this moment he had reached the Life Soul realm. Next, he began to break through to the Life God realm. While cultivating, he did not stay idle. He walked around the entire Spiritual Mountain. Of course, Spiritual Mountain was not big to begin with. And in a straw hut on Spiritual Mountain, he found some ancient books. They were not martial arts techniques, but some miscellaneous books. From these books, he had a rough understanding of this boundary and Spiritual Mountain. This boundary of martial arts civilization was considered to be level 9, which was the highest known civilization except for the God Realm civilization. Below this boundary, there were countless universes. However, the people in these universes were all sealed by this boundary. Just like the burial zone, the people below could not sense the existence of this boundary, and the boundary of Dao boundary had no interest in the lower realm. In fact, Dao boundary used to be a civilization below level 9. However, for a period of time, a super genius appeared in Dao boundary, Jun Daolin. This person created an unprecedented realm. None. What was none? It was to completely jump out of the realm, and not be bound by the realm. My heart is at ease. My mind is at ease. My body is at ease. My soul is at ease. My Dao is at ease. What was freedom? Ignoring space and time. Ignoring time. Ignoring life. Ignoring the great Dao. Jumping out of everything, thus being freedom. This was the martial arts concept that Jun Daolin had proposed. And he was also the first peerless expert in history to jump out of the realm and reach great freedom. Limitless realm. Precisely because of this, he brought Dao boundary to become a level 9 civilization. Dao boundary was not originally called Dao boundary, but to commemorate this peerless expert, this world was renamed Dao boundary. Ever since Jun Daolin, no one else had reached limitless realm, because it was too difficult. Even Dao boundary's legendary figure, Dao Ling, had only reached half-step limitless realm, and Dao Ling was the founder of Spirit Mountain. Dao Ling was also a super terrifying existence. It was said that she had used less than 30 years to reach half-step limitless realm. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but sweat. 30 years. Damn it. What kind of cheat is this? Dao Ling was also the peerless expert who had the highest chance of reaching limitless realm. However, 1,000,000 years ago, Dao Ling suddenly left Spirit Mountain, leaving only one disciple behind. That day, everyone thought that Dao Ling had reached limitless realm, but when she left, there was no movement at all. No one knew where she went, and no one knew if she had reached limitless realm. Inside the straw hut, Yi Xian closed the ancient book in his hands and fell silent. Limitless realm. He turned to look at the sky outside the straw hut, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. This limitless realm of Dao boundary seemed to be a little close to Qing and his father. Was his life as a second generation coming to an end? Would his father be beaten to death by others? The green-robed man. End of this chapter. Chapter 1965. The days of cultivation were boring, but no matter how boring it was, he still had to cultivate. Yi Xian already felt pressured when he had learned about this borderline. Even if this boundary wasn't at the level of his father and Qing, it was definitely close. In other words, his life as a second generation might never return. What was worth mentioning was that while Yi Xian was cultivating, Yang Nianxue had already reached the life-knowing state. Just as he expected. Sister Shue's life-knowing state was not an ordinary life-knowing state. Her current level was even higher than the 12 life-knowing saints, perhaps only below the King of Snow Mountain and Gu Chou. Other than that, Xiwang had also reached the life-knowing state. Yi Xian didn't let the two girls out because it was too dangerous outside. However, he didn't expect Sister Shui to sneak out. He was furious. Xiaota said, "Young master, instead of worrying about the Snow Lord, you should worry about yourself. Anyway, from what I know, the Snow Lord is Master's favorite. Master will never let her be in danger. As for you, you know." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Know your sister." If not for the fact that he had to cultivate in Xiaota's body, he would have sold Xiaota. Ignoring the broken tower, Yi Xian started cultivating with Xiwang. He decided to nurture Xiwang into a super swordsman. He was one of them. He had to be nurtured well. About 10 years later, Yi Xian reached the Life God realm. On this day, Yi Xian, who had reached the Life God realm, left the tiny pagoda. He roasted a lamb and brought it to Elder Xian. He realized that Elder Xian did nothing but sweep the floor every day. Yi Xian tore off a lamb leg and passed it to Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, eat." Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian and didn't refuse. He took the lamb leg and started eating. Yi Xian looked around and asked, "Elder Xian, are you the only one on Spiritual Mountain?" Elder Xian said, "There's one more." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Who is it?" Elder Xian didn't say anything. Yi Xian laughed. "Elder Xian, can I ask you a few questions?" Elder Xian still didn't speak. Yi Xian asked, "Elder Xian, in the world below us, destiny awareness is the highest known state. Can you tell us about the state system here?" As he spoke, he tore off a leg of lamb and passed it to Elder Xian. Elder Xian didn't reject it. After taking a few bites, he said, "Heartless, thoughtless, bodiless, soulless, Taoless nihility." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The limitless realm is the limitless realm that Jun Daolin attained all those years ago?" Elder Xian nodded. Yi Xian glanced at Elder Xian. "What realm is Elder Xian?" Elder Xian didn't say anything. Yi Xian was tactful and didn't probe further. Soon, the two of them devoured the goat cleanly in no time. When they were done, Yi Xian rose to his feet and returned to the pagoda to cultivate. Suddenly, Elder Xian asked, "That sword of yours?" The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. This old man couldn't resist asking after all. Yi Xian turned to Elder Xian and said seriously, "Elder Xian, are you interested in this sword?" Elder Xian glanced at the azure profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. "Danger! Danger!" Yi Xian fell silent. It was obvious that Elder Xian had sensed Qing from the azure profound sword when he touched it. But he was a little puzzled. With Qing strength, no one should be able to sense her. Could it be that Qing has been paying attention to me all this time? Yi Xian's heart was filled with joy. Elder Xian suddenly said, "Don't go down the mountain." With that, he turned and left. "Go down the mountain." Yi Xian turned and looked down the mountain. Soon he sensed a powerful aura in the mountains. Qingcheng, Yi family's ancestral shrine. Ancestors above. Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The speaker was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This young man was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The little girl's name was Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl named Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, "Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you discard him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. "This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was afraid and didn't dare to look at the Great Elder, but she didn't leave. Instead, She mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family for the mining rights in Nanshan. He's fighting for the family, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. But the family is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly said angrily. It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to discard him or not. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly smiled and said, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flog him 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi family rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the family. The family is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew it was his chance to show off. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. Why are you shouting? He raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. But she didn't cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. I'm Zhang Mu. Greetings, Crown Prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're good. After I become the Crown Prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Crown Prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking toward the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man! How dare you! Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, Your man! As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me! Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qing Qing Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Ling nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Chapter 1966. Yi Xian glanced at the old man who pointed in that direction. In the next moment, a sword suddenly flashed. The old man's expression changed drastically. He suddenly clenched his right hand, and then a powerful force swept out from his palm. The green profound sword slashed down. Hiss! The green profound sword pierced through the old man's palm, and a strand of fresh blood sprayed out. However, the old man had already turned around and fled. The other old man had fled as well. He fled. Yi Xian fell silent when he saw this. If a heartless expert didn't fight him and only wanted to flee, then it would be difficult for him to instantly kill the expert unless he caught the expert off guard. So long as the expert was on guard, then it would be difficult for him to instantly kill the expert. A short moment later, Yi Xian turned around and walked back to Spirited Mountain. When he returned to Spirited Mountain, Elder Xian suddenly asked, "How did you cultivate so quickly?" Yi Xian smiled. An extraordinary genius. He naturally wouldn't expose Xiao Ta's secret. What a joke. Xiao Ta's ability was heaven-defying. Once it was exposed, then there would probably be countless troubles. Don't expose your wealth. Elder Xian gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian took out another lamb to roast, and then he said, "Senior, what sort of power is the law enforcement sect?" He'd already formed a grudge with the law enforcement sect, so he had to get to know this power well. Elder Xian fell silent for a short moment before he said, "I don't know." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You don't know?" Elder Xian nodded. "I haven't left the mountain for many years." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "You wouldn't be sweeping here every single day, right?" Elder Xian smiled. "Yes." Yi Xian asked, "How many years have you been sweeping for?" Elder Xian thought for a moment and said, 9 million years. Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. Sweeping for 9 million years? How terrifying. Elder Xian glanced at Yi Xian. "The mountain master has returned. Go down the mountain." Yi Xian frowned. "Is it Mountain Lord Yan of Mount Yanbian?" Elder Xian nodded. "That girl's temper isn't very good. She might not like you, so it's best that you leave the mountain." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why don't you like me?" Elder Xian said, "You talk a lot, and you're very flowery." Yi Xian was speechless. At this time Elder Xian said, "Why did you come to our Xian mountain?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Nakayama of Silla told me to come. He told me to become Miss Bian Shan's disciple." Elder Xian furrowed his brow. "Nakayama of Silla?" Yi Xian nodded. Elder Xian remained silent for a moment before saying, "He might be trying to trick you." Yi Xian was speechless. Elder Xian said, "The Mountain Lord has a bad temper. Furthermore, she will never accept you as her disciple." Yi Xian frowned. "Am I not outstanding enough?" Elder Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "You're indeed not outstanding enough." Yi Xian's face darkened. Does this old man know how to speak? Elder Xian said again, "Let's go." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right." As he spoke, he stood up, bowed slightly, then turned and walked down the mountain. But after a while he returned to Elder Xian. Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian pointed at the foot of the mountain. "There are many experts from the law enforcement sect." Elder Xian turned his head to look. At the foot of the mountain, 2 elders and a middle-aged man had appeared out of nowhere. The middle-aged man wore a dark golden robe and held a long halberd in his hand. Elder Xian said, "Thoughtless state." Yi Xian nodded. "He's much stronger than Gu Yi just now." Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian, but did not speak. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Can I stay here for a few more days?" "Just 5 days." Elder Xian said, "Up to you." Yi Xian was overjoyed. At this moment, Elder Xian said, "But I have to remind you that the Mountain Lord might return at any time. Once she does, you might be in big trouble." "Mountain Lord?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I shouldn't be that unlucky." With that he turned and walked into a straw hut, then began cultivating. This time he did not choose to break through to the thoughtless state. Instead he cultivated his flying sword of life and death. When he attacked just now, he realized that his flying sword of life and death could actually be faster, especially since the green profound sword had been strengthened. Moreover, it could ignore time and space. Fast. His goal was very simple. It could be described in one word: fast. Extremely fast. At the foot of the Spirit Mountain, the middle-aged man with the long halberd looked at the Spirit Mountain. No one knew what he was thinking. An old man said in a low voice, "Elder Gu, the Spirit Mountain intends to protect Yi Xian." Elder Gu's face was expressionless. "Then what can you do?" The old man's expression was slightly unsightly. They really couldn't do anything. There were very few people on the Spirit Mountain, only 2. However, no power in the entire burial zone dared to offend them rashly. Besides the invincible Dao Ling from all those years ago, even Yan Bianshan was a terrifying figure. Elder Gu looked at the Spirit Mountain and said softly, "According to what I know, that young man was only at the life-body realm before this. However, he attained the life-knowledge realm in a short period of half a month. Moreover, he was able to instantly kill Elder Gu Yi. Even though he killed Elder Gu Yi by surprise, he's still not simple." The old man nodded. "The main reason is the sword in his hand. We've analyzed it before. There are 3 reasons why Elder Gu Yi was killed. First, he underestimated Yi Xian's strength. Second, he wasn't on guard and was killed by Yi Xian by surprise. Third, it's because of the sword in Yi Xian's hand. That sword can ignore the space-time prison that Elder Gu Yi set up. In fact, the most important thing is that sword. That sword is really special," Elder Gu said softly. "It's hard to imagine that such a terrifying sword could appear in the world below." The old man nodded. "We're also doing our best to investigate the sword's origin." Elder Gu looked at the old man. "Have you found anything?" The old man said in a low voice. "This sword was made by a woman, and it's said that she's Yi Xian's sister." Elder Gu frowned. "That's it." The old man nodded. "We've investigated a lot about Yi Xian, but that plain-dressed woman," Elder Gu said. "You can't find her?" The old man nodded. "We can't find her at all. However, we've received news that if you obtain the sword in Yi Xian's hand, you'll be able to sense the plain-dressed woman through the sword." Elder Gu frowned. "That's possible?" The old man nodded. "Yes. As long as you hold the sword in his hand, you'll be able to sense the woman who made it through the sword." Elder Gu nodded. "Understood." On Mount Ling inside Xiaota, Yi Xian had been practicing the flying sword to determine life and death every day. In order to reach the maximum speed of his sword, he entered the mysterious space-time abyss to practice. When he was practicing inside, he realized that it had a miraculous effect. In the mysterious space-time abyss, the space-time density was extremely thick. The speed of the green profound sword in the mysterious space-time abyss was different from the outside world. In there, its speed was several times slower. In fact, Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the green profound sword could ignore the mysterious space-time, so why was it slower in the space-time abyss? He did not think too much about it. In any case, he would practice it first. He also let Su Wang practice with him. He also taught Su Wang the flying sword soul fixation. He had never thought of holding back when it came to this girl. After all, they were on the same side. Keep the goodies within the family. In the following days, Yi Xian practiced crazily every day. In the space-time abyss, his flying sword speed became faster and faster. His goal was to make the flying sword speed in the space-time abyss be as fast as the outside world. If he could cultivate the sword speed to be as fast as the outside world, then after he left this mysterious space-time, his flying sword speed would be, at the thought of this, Yi Xian could not help but feel excited. Just like that, days passed and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. After more than 10 years of hard work, the speed of Yi Xian's flying sword was already as fast as the outside world. After leaving the mysterious abyss, Yi Xian's mind moved, and the sword suddenly appeared 10,000 feet away. Looking at the green profound sword that was 10,000 feet away, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth raised slightly. His smile gradually widened. In the end, he could not help but laugh out loud. The speed of his flying sword was at least several times faster than before. If he were to face Heartless now, he was completely confident that he could kill the other party in an instant, even if the other party was on guard. Invincible. Yi Xian laughed out loud. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, I dare to swear on master's head that you will definitely not be handsome for more than 3 seconds." Yi Xian's smile froze. Xiao Ta, you are not just ordinary arrogant. Do you really not put father in your eyes now? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice. I am still very respectful to master. Also, I was modified by Sister Tianming. Yi Xian shook his head. Damn it, this Xiao Ta will be beaten into a pulp by father sooner or later. Even he didn't dare use the qing or to pressure his father. Yet this small pagoda wanted to use the qing or to pressure his father every single day. It was really walking further and further down the path of courting death. Without entangling with this Xiao Ta, Yi Xian left Xiao Ta and walked down the mountain. At this time Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian. You concealed your aura. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian. The middle-aged man leading below is Thoughtless Realm. Do you know Thoughtless Realm? Yi Xian laughed. And, after saying that, he walked down the mountain with large strides, walking with invincible steps. Elder Xian. Very quickly Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the mountain. He looked at Elder Gu in front of him, and wanted to attack immediately, but he realized that Elder Gu was staring at him. Not only that, but there was also a terrifying force guarding in front of him. It was not the power of space-time. Yi Xian's face darkened when he saw this. Damn it! This guy was actually so guarded against him. Right at this moment, Elder Gu suddenly said, Yi Xian, we want to see the person behind you? Yi Xian subconsciously asked, which one? Elder Gu looked at Yi Xian. How many people are behind you? Yi Xian said 3. My big brother, my father, and my sister. Elder Gu glared at Yi Xian. We want to see your sister, the woman who forged that sword for you. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Your request reminds me of someone. Elder Gu frowned. Who is it? Chapter 1967. Needless to say, Yi Xian was a little surprised. Actively looking for Qing heir? That was a request. How unexpected. Elder Gu asked again. We want to see the person behind you. Is that okay? Yi Xian said in a low voice. What do you want to do? Elder Gu laughed. What do we want to do? Are you afraid that we'll harm the person behind you? Don't worry, we won't harm the person behind you. We just want to talk to her, that's all. Yi Xian did not speak, but his expression was a little nervous. Although it was only for a moment, Elder Gu and the rest caught it. Panic. Elder Gu smirked. Yi Xian, don't worry. I promise you again that we won't harm the person behind you. Of course, that's if you cooperate. Yi Xian turned to look at the spiritual mountain. Elder Gu suddenly said, Escape back to the spiritual mountain? Yi Xian, think about it. Will the spiritual mountain really become the enforcer sect's enemy because of you? Moreover, you can escape now, but can you escape forever? Yi Xian looked at Elder Gu. If I hand over the sword, will you really let me go? Elder Gu looked at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Swear. Elder Gu thought for a moment, then said, I swear. As long as you hand over the sword, the enforcer sect will not trouble you. If I disobey, let my soul be destroyed. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression relaxed. He hesitated for a moment, then opened his palm and the azure profound sword slowly flew to Elder Gu. A glint of excitement flashed in Elder Gu's eyes. He grabbed the green profound sword and slowly closed his eyes. Gradually, the space-time around him disappeared without a trace. Obviously, Yi Xian had authorized him to use it. A moment later, Elder Gu said excitedly, A divine sword. It's really a divine sword. Yi Xian suddenly said, Can I go now? Elder Gu looked at Yi Xian. Go? Where are we going? Yi Xian stared at Elder Gu and said, You said that if I hand over the sword, your law enforcement sect will no longer target me. Elder Gu smiled and said, Who said we're targeting you? We just want to invite you to the law enforcement sect as a guest. Yi Xian's expression became somewhat ferocious. You actually went back on your word. Elder Gu laughed heartily. Yi Xian, you're going to make me laugh to death. I thought you were an outstanding person, but I never expected you to be so stupid. Gu Yi's death was too unjust. Yi Xian clenched his fists like an angry bull. The people behind me will not let you go. Elder Gu looked at the green profound sword in his hand and smiled. Are you talking about that woman? Yi Xian nodded. Elder Gu smiled and said, "Come, let me see who this woman behind you is." As he spoke, he held the azure profound sword in his hand and started to sense it. Yi Xian stared at Elder Gu and said, "She will kill you." Elder Gu smiled disdainfully. "Kill me? What a joke. Do you know what state I am in? I'm at the thoughtless state. Chi." At this moment, a sword light descended from the sky. Boom. Elder Gu's voice stopped abruptly. Elder Gu's expression froze. The few elders behind him were shocked as if they had been petrified. On the spiritual mountain, Elder Xian suddenly looked up into the depths of the starry sky, but he saw nothing. Gradually, his expression became solemn. Yi Xian walked in front of Elder Gu and tilted his ear. "What did you just say? Thoughtless state? Holy shit, is the thoughtless state so weak? Can't even take one sword?" "Elder Gu," Yi Xian blinked. "Your thoughtless realm isn't fake, is it?" Elder Gu gently pulled out the storage ring on Elder Gu's finger and said, "Elder Gu, did he die unjustly?" Elder Gu stared at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly slashed with the azure profound sword. Chi. Elder Gu's soul was directly absorbed by the azure profound sword. In the distance, the few elders of the enforcement sect were about to run. At this moment, Yi Xian moved his mind. Chi. The azure profound sword pierced through the battlefield, and the two elders' heads slowly fell to the ground. Clean and neat. Yi Xian took the two elders' storage rings and turned to walk to the spiritual mountain. Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian. "You've become stronger again." Yi Xian smiled. "Give me 10 years and I'll be invincible." Elder Xian. Yi Xian walked into a straw hut and looked at the 3 storage rings in his hand. There were 3 god veins in the storage rings. During this period of time, he had already learned that the main currency in this Dao boundary realm was actually the divine supreme crystal. This was because it was very useful to the experts of the heartless state and above. The saint veins were not very useful to the heartless state. This was also why the people of this Dao boundary realm did not plunder the resources of the lower worlds. There were close to 100,000 divine supreme crystals in the storage rings. Yi Xian put away the storage ring, got up and walked out. He glanced at the foot of the mountain. There was no one from the law enforcement sect there. At this moment, Elder Xian suddenly said, "Are you leaving?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian. "Have you decided where to go?" Yi Xian shook his head. This was his first time coming to this Dao boundary realm. He was still unfamiliar with this place. Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian. "Shall I recommend a place for you?" Yi Xian shook his head. "There's no need." After saying that, he stood up and took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, there are 50,000 divine supreme crystals in this storage ring. Thank you for your protection during this period of time. I will remember this favor." After saying that, he turned around and walked down the mountain. He had killed several people from the enforcement sect. This was a blood feud. If he continued to stay here, he would only implicate the spiritual mountain. Although the enforcement sect was not afraid of the enforcement sect, it did not mean that they would become enemies with the enforcement sect for him, Yi Xian. Elder Xian looked at Yi Xian, who was walking down the mountain without saying a word. Yi Xian looked around when he had left the spirit mountain. Then he suddenly disappeared from where he was. Not long after Yi Xian left, a woman suddenly appeared at the foot of the spiritual mountain. The woman was wearing a grass skirt and her long hair was scattered behind her back. In her right hand, she was holding a bamboo umbrella. After the woman walked up the mountain, Elder Xian quickly stood up and bowed. "Mountain Master." The woman turned around and looked at the horizon. The aura of an expert. Elder Xian bowed again and told her what had happened. After a moment of silence, the woman nodded. "Got it." After saying that, she walked towards the straw hut. Elder Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mountain Master, the sword in that young man's hand is extraordinary." The woman did not even turn her head. "It has nothing to do with us." After saying that, she walked into the straw hut and closed the door. Outside the door, Elder Xian smiled bitterly. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and the woman appeared in front of Elder Xian. "It can ignore time and space?" Elder Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, The woman walked down the mountain. After leaving the spiritual mountain, Yi Xian did not go anywhere else. Instead, he went straight to the enforcement sect. He knew very well that after he left the spiritual mountain, the enforcement sect would definitely not let him go and he would not be able to escape. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. Where could he escape to? Therefore, he chose to take the initiative to find the enforcement sect. Don't you want to kill me? I'll take the initiative. Let's do it. Yi Xian flew on his sword, and it did not take long for him to arrive at the enforcement sect. The enforcement sect was located in a mountain range surrounded by mountains. The enforcement sect was built on one of the tallest mountains. Looking from below, the mountain towered into the clouds and the top could not be seen at all. When Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the mountain, he looked up and smiled. Enforcement sect, don't you want to kill me? I'm here now. Why isn't anyone here? At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man wore a black robe and his hands were behind his back. His face was as expressionless as a dead man's. Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. Tell your sect master to come out. The black-robed old man said. I am. Hearing that, Yi Xian was stunned. The sect master came out just like that? The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Doesn't the enforcement sect want to kill me? Come on. I'm here, come on. The black-robed old man still did not speak. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and it seemed like something was off. As if he'd noticed something, he suddenly turned around and saw a woman sitting on a rock not too far away from him. The woman wore a grass skirt and held a bamboo umbrella in her hand. Who is she? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man suddenly said, Welcome, Mountain Chieftain. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Mountain Chieftain. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. He knew who this woman was. The Spirit Mountain's Mountain Chieftain Yan Bianshan. Yan Bianshan suddenly stood up and walked over to Yi Xian. Come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Why don't we annihilate the enforcement sect before leaving? The black-robed old man frowned. He looked at Yi Xian, and the calm in his eyes had turned icy cold. Yan Bianshan stopped and turned around to look at Yi Xian. You annihilate them, I'll watch. As she spoke, she walked to the side and sat down, and she just looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression froze. Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian. Annihilate. I'll watch. Yi Xian was speechless. At the side, the black-robed old man was looking at Yi Xian as well. He was afraid of Yan Bianshan, but the enforcement sect wasn't afraid of her. After all, Yan Bianshan was only one person. Of course, he didn't want to provoke this woman because she was one of the 3 strongest experts in the Dao Edge realm. The most important thing was that she was really alone. This kind of person was the most terrifying, because she didn't have any burdens. If she could win, she would fight. If she couldn't, she would run. The enforcement sect couldn't trample Spirited Mountain, right? Even if they could, they wouldn't dare. After all, who was the ancestor of Spirited Mountain? That was Dao Ling, an extraordinary expert. Most importantly, if Yan Bianshan could summon the ancestor. Right at this moment, Yan Bianshan suddenly said, Annihilate. The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian. Young master, you wants to annihilate my enforcement sect? You can do it. Come. My entire sect is waiting. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then he said, Sect master, I have a green profound sword here. Do you want to take a look? As he spoke, he passed the green profound sword to the black-robed old man. It's very fun, take a look. The black-robed old man was speechless. P.S. Asking for votes. I ask every day in hopes that someone will vote. Chapter 1968. Look. The black-robed elder looked at Yi Xian in front of him. He really wanted to slap this flashy guy to death. However, he couldn't figure out Yan Bianshan's attitude. If he made a move and this woman protected him, then things would become complicated. To fight or not to fight? If he fought, the law enforcement sect really didn't want to provoke this woman. If he didn't fight, it would be embarrassing. At that time, the law enforcement sect would be in a dilemma. The black-robed elder had a headache. At this moment, Yi Xian put away the Qingxian sword. He turned around and walked to Yan Bianshan. He smiled and said, "Let's go." He naturally knew that the reason why the other party didn't make a move was because of Yan Bianshan. He had to stop while he was ahead. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing later. He had to know when to stop acting tough. Yan Bianshan glanced at Yi Xian, stood up, and left. At this moment, the black-robed elder suddenly said, "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian turned around and looked at the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder looked straight at Yi Xian. "This matter isn't over yet." Yi Xian smiled. "If you're not satisfied, then come and destroy my spiritual mountain. My spiritual mountain is waiting for you." The black-robed elder was speechless. Yan Bianshan glanced at Yi Xian again. Her expression was a little unfriendly. However, she didn't say much. Moments later, the two disappeared into the horizon. The black-robed elder looked at Yi Xian in the distance. His expression was calm. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he suddenly disappeared. At the end of the horizon, Yan Bianshan suddenly stopped. She looked at Yi Xian and opened her palm. "Sword." Yi Xian glanced at Yan Bianshan. Then he handed the Qingxian sword to her. Yan Bianshan looked at the Qingxian sword in her hand. Moments later, she handed the sword back to Yi Xian. "Follow me to a place." Yi Xian hesitated and asked, "Where is it?" Yan Bianshan did not speak. He took him and disappeared from where they stood. Yi Xian only felt his vision blur as countless white lights flashed in front of him. Soon, he suddenly felt his feet land on the ground, and his head felt as heavy as lead. Yi Xian shook his head with all his might. Then he looked at Yan Bianshan beside him, his heart filled with shock. This woman's strength was terrifying. Yan Bianshan gazed into the distance with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Yi Xian turned around and looked into the distance. At this moment, he and Yan Bianshan were in front of a cliff. On the opposite side of the cliff was a mountain, and in the belly of the mountain, there was a stone door. Yi Xian was a little curious. "This is..." Yan Bianshan turned around and looked at Yi Xian. "Lend me your sword." Yi Xian, on the other hand, did not refuse. He handed the green profound sword to Yan Bianshan. Yan Bianshan held the green profound sword and looked into the distance. In the next moment, she took a step forward. With this step, she had already arrived in front of the stone door. However, behind her, the space-time rippled like water. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. However, when he was about to approach the stone door, a strange space-time suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly displayed the mysterious space-time. The mysterious space-time directly suppressed the strange space-time. Up until now, there was no space-time that could compare to the mysterious space-time that Qing left for him. Yi Xian safely walked to the front of the stone door. At this moment, Yan Bianshan kept staring at him. Yi Xian touched his face. He was a little confused. "What's wrong?" Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian and frowned slightly. "You can come over?" Yi Xian smiled. "Why can't I come over?" Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian for a long time and said, "Nothing." With that, she walked to the front of the stone door. At this moment, the stone door suddenly trembled. Then, it directly turned into a strange whirlpool. Yan Bianshan turned to look at Yi Xian and asked, "This sword, it ignores any space-time?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "What are you trying to do?" Yan Bianshan pointed at the door. "This door is formed by a special space-time. The space-time inside has a strong crushing power. If an outsider enters it, not only will his physical body be crushed instantly, but even his soul will be turned into dust in an instant." Yi Xian was stunned. "Even you can't stop it?" Yan Bianshan shook her head. "I can't." Yi Xian was puzzled. "But as far as I know, you should be able to surpass space-time, right?" Yan Bianshan said. "That depends on who set up the space-time." Yi Xian said in a low voice. "This stone door was left by your master?" Yan Bianshan nodded. "A Daoling." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression became serious. He was no stranger to A Daoling. She was a legendary figure like Jun Daolin. Could it be that A Daoling was behind this stone door? At this moment, Yan Bianshan asked again, "Can this sword really ignore any space-time?" Yi Xian nodded. "It can." He had confidence in Qing. Yan Bianshan nodded slightly. In the next moment, she held the sword and stabbed forward. The cyan profound sword stabbed into the space-time whirlpool. Boom! The space-time whirlpool violently trembled. Gradually, the space-time whirlpool became illusory and transparent. Seeing this, Yan Bianshan's expression changed subtly. This sword really can ignore space-time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. At this moment, she was a little curious about Yi Xian's background. At this moment, the space-time whirlpool suddenly disappeared. A stone path appeared in front of the two. Yan Bianshan hurriedly returned the sword to Yi Xian, and then she walked towards the stone path. Yi Xian put away the cyan profound sword and hurriedly followed her. The two of them walked down the stone path, and it wasn't long before they arrived at a cave. The cave was very large, and its surroundings were inlaid with glistening jade stones. Thus, the view inside the cave was very good. Moreover, there was a faint fragrance coming from within the cave. At this moment, Yan Bianshan suddenly stopped. She looked into the distance, and there was a coffin there. Yan Bianshan was slightly stunned when she saw the coffin. Her right hand started to tremble. Moreover, her face was slightly pale. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Did Daoling die? At this moment, the coffin suddenly disappeared, and a woman appeared in front of Yan Bianshan and Yi Xian. The woman wore a white dress, and her long hair was tied into braids. She looked quite playful. Yan Bianshan was slightly stunned when she saw the woman, and then she bowed respectfully and said with a trembling voice, "Master! Master!" Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this. That's the super monstrous genius, Daoling. However, he noticed that the woman before him wasn't her main body. Daoling looked at Yan Bianshan and smiled playfully. Little Bianshan, did you think that master had died the moment you saw the coffin? Yan Bianshan looked at Daoling with an extremely firm expression. No one can kill master. Daoling roared with laughter, and then she said, Little Bianshan, you surprised me. Because logically speaking, you should have reached the half-step inactive realm in order to open the spatial door I set up. But you're still at the Daoless realm. Yan Bianshan turned to look at Yi Xian. It's the sword in his hand. Daoling looked at Yi Xian with a spurious smile. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, big sister. Yan Bianshan was speechless. Big sister? Daoling blinked, and her smile was slightly strange. You called me big sister? Yi Xian hurriedly said. To tell you the truth, I stayed at Spirited Mountain for a period of time, and I've admired Senior for a long time. Seeing Senior today, I was so excited that I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, Senior. Daoling shook her head and smiled brilliantly. What a showy little fellow. Your glib tongue is really good. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the cyan profound sword in Yi Xian's hand flew into her hand. Looking at the cyan profound sword, the smile on Daoling's face gradually vanished, and a rare trace of seriousness appeared in her eyes. After a long time, Daoling looked at Yi Xian. Who forged this sword? Yi Xian said, My sister. Daoling frowned slightly. Your sister? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Daoling was silent for a moment, and then she smiled. You said you admire me? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Yes. I admire you, Senior. Daoling laughed. Didn't you call me sister just now? All right, I'll acknowledge you as my younger brother. Yi Xian's expression froze. Yan Bianshan. Daoling blinked. Why, you're not willing? Yi Xian hurriedly said. I'm willing. Very willing. Hello, sister. Daoling laughed, and she sized up Yi Xian's cyan profound sword, and then she smiled. Little fellow, do you know what this sword contains? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. The way of space-time. Daoling shook her head. Only one of them. Yi Xian frowned slightly. There's something else? Daoling nodded. There's another unknown mysterious power, but it's sealed. However, if this sword is upgraded again, this power will be unsealed. Of course, with your current strength, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to control this power. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, It's fine anyway, I never rely on external objects. I don't use this sword often either. Little soul. Dowling laughed. Little fellow, you're really interesting, your personality suits me very well. With that, she opened her palm, and the cyan profound sword flew back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian put away the cyan profound sword, and he hesitated, and then said, Sister, can I ask you a question? Dowling smiled slightly. You want to ask me between me and the person who created this sword, who's stronger and who's weaker, right? Yi Xian nodded. Dowling smiled. A sword she casually created can break the space-time I set up. What do you think? Yi Xian wanted to say something, but he stopped. In fact, what he wanted to ask the most was whether Dowling could sense Qing Er's true strength. After he came to this Dao boundary, he felt that this world might be close to Qing Er and his father, because Qing Er and his father didn't have a realm at the time, and this Dao boundary's inaction realm was very similar to the no realm that Qing Er and his father said. However, he still didn't ask because it was too abrupt. One must have a sense of propriety when speaking and acting. At this moment, Yan Bianshan suddenly asked, Master, where did you go? Dowling's gaze shifted from Yi Xian to Yan Bianshan, and she smiled. A fun place. Yan Bianshan wanted to ask something, but Dowling shook her head. When you're strong enough, you'll naturally know. Right now, it's meaningless for you to know that. You only need to understand one thing, and that is to cultivate hard and reach the inaction realm. Yan Bianshan nodded slightly and didn't ask anything else. At this moment, Dowling opened her palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Yan Bianshan. The things in this ring are helpful to you. If you're lucky enough, you might be able to reach the inaction realm. As she spoke, she sized up Yan Bianshan and smiled. Your foundation is very solid. It won't be difficult to reach the inaction realm. Inaction realm. Yan Bianshan's pupils suddenly constricted. This master has already reached the inaction realm? Yi Xian was also shocked. After all, this Dowling had always been rumored to have reached the inaction realm, but no one knew if she had really reached the inaction realm. But now it seemed that she had clearly reached the inaction realm. Dowling's lips curled up. Do you know why I left back then? After a moment of silence, Yan Bianshan said with a trembling voice, When Master left back then, you had already reached the inaction realm. Dowling nodded and smiled. Yes. When you reach the inaction realm, it'll be a little boring at first, because the people around you are like ants to you. The difference between those below and those in the inaction realm is too great. How great is it? It's like the sky and the earth. When you reach the inaction realm back then, you'll find that everything around you is meaningless, because you're an invincible existence. Of course, don't worry, this boring feeling will disappear soon, because you'll discover a new world. Yi Xian was a little curious. What new world? Dowling smiled. Humans are like a small cell in our body. Do you understand what I mean? F***CK. At this moment, Xiaotao suddenly jumped up. She actually knows this. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and said in his heart, How do you know? Xiaotao said in a low voice, This woman at least knows the organization structure of life. At this moment, Dowling smiled. This Xiaotao in your body is interesting. Yi Xian was shocked. Senior can hear what it says? Dowling smiled faintly. What do you think? Yi Xian. Dowling looked at Yi Xian and smiled. All living beings are insignificant. In this endless universe, humans are like a small cell in the body. In fact, they're even smaller. Just like the Tao critical point, it's not small, but in the entire universe, it's as small as a speck of dust. The universe has no end, and the great Tao has no end. The so-called surpassing the great Tao, surpassing destiny, are actually all illusory. Yi Xian said in a low voice. In that case, it's endless. Dowling smiled. You can say that because no one knows the end of the universe. Yi Xian was silent. Did Qing and the others know the end of the universe? Obviously they didn't. If they knew, the three of them wouldn't continue forward. At this moment, Dowling suddenly smiled. All right. It's basically over. Now I'm going to meet this sister of yours. Yi Xian looked at Dowling stunned. Meet Qing? Dowling smiled. Yes. Could it be that he had encountered such a mysterious super expert? How could he not meet him? When I come back, I'll give you another gift. Yi Xian said subconsciously. You should give it first. Dowling. Chapter 1969. After saying that, Yi Xian regretted it. That was a little disrespectful. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Dowling was slightly startled, and then she laughed. Sure, I'll give it to you first. With that, she pointed with her finger, and a white light entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom. Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and countless information surged into his mind. At this moment, Dowling smiled and said, One is my inheritance, and it can help you cultivate more smoothly. The other is my understanding of your sword. You can use this sword according to the method I gave you, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. With that, she slowly floated up. At the side, Yan Bianshan bowed slightly and said seriously, Master, I will look for you. Dowling smiled, and then looked at Yi Xian. Little guy, can you do me a favor? Yi Xian looked at Dowling. What favor? Dowling said, Bianshan received my insights and should be able to reach the inaction state. But during this process, she needs someone to protect her. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, There shouldn't be anyone who is an enemy of spiritual mountain, right? Dowling smiled. Are you not willing? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I feel that if someone dares to attack Miss Bianshan with my strength, Dowling smiled. Just do your best. If you really can't beat them, you can leave. Is that okay? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then nodded. Okay. I'll do my best. Dowling's lips curled up. Little guy, take care. And you, Bianshan, I look forward to you reaching the inaction state. With that, she suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already deep in an endless starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky, Dowling looked up. Her gaze pierced through countless starfields, and the corners of her lips curled up. Let me see who you are. Finally, she saw a plain dress, and at this moment, a sword light suddenly entered between her eyebrows. In the cave, Yan Bianshan said in a low voice, Master went to find your sister? Yi Xian nodded. Probably. Yan Bianshan said softly. What do you think Master's chances are? Yi Xian was speechless. Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian. Why aren't you saying anything? Yi Xian was a little helpless. Let's go. With that, he turned and left. They were all on the same side, so there was no need to act. Seeing Yi Xian leave, Yan Bianshan frowned slightly. However, she did not say much and left with him. Not long after the two of them left the cave, a black-robed old man appeared on the scene. The person who had arrived was the sect leader of the enforcement sect, Xiao Xiao. It was the Xiao Xiao Xiao. Xiao, the sect, the sect, the sect. The person who came was the World Lord Zhongshou of the Cloud World, another superpower in Daoji Kingdom. Zhongshou looked at Xiao Xiao and smiled. Sect Master Xiao, I didn't expect you to be paying attention to this place. Xiao Xiao said. How can I not pay attention to the last place Senior Dowling appeared? Moreover, this mountain lord would come here every once in a while. I just didn't expect her to actually enter this time. Zhongshou smiled. As far as I know, the sword in that young man's hand can ignore any space-time. It can even ignore the space-time left by Senior Dowling. This sword is not simple. Xiao Xiao looked calm. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, Zhongshou changed the topic. Sect Master Xiao, as far as I know, this person killed several elders of your sect. Xiao Xiao was expressionless. If the Mountain Lord gets Dowling's inheritance, Zhongshou smiled. So what? Dowling hasn't reached the inaction realm anyway. Xiao Xiao looked at Zhongshou. Do you believe that? Zhongshou was silent. In fact, they all thought that Dowling had reached the inaction realm. Why did Jun Daolin suddenly disappear? According to the successor of Jun Daolin, the reason why Jun Daolin left was because he felt that he had no opponents in the world after reaching the inaction realm. Why did Dowling leave? Obviously, she had reached the inaction realm. Xiao Xiao said. In other words, Mountain Lord Yan has the inheritance of an inaction realm expert. Hearing this, Zhongshou smiled. Sect Master Xiao, your idea is very dangerous. Xiao Xiao looked at Zhongshou. With our talent and potential, can we reach the inaction realm in this life? Zhongsho was silent for a moment. Difficult. 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 3 difficult. Xiao nodded. Strictly speaking, there's basically no chance. But what if we get the inheritance of Senior Daoling? Will we have a chance? Zhongsho narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiao continued. This is our only chance. Zhongsho smiled. Then how do you think we should cooperate? Xiao said softly. When she reaches the inaction realm, we will make our move. Zhongsho said in a low voice. What if Daoling? Xiao was silent for a moment. A ruthless look flashed in her eyes. I bet she won't appear. Zhongsho asked again. That young man. He's an uncertain factor. Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. Kill him first. Zhongsho asked again. Do we need to contact Jun Daolin? Xiao shook her head. No need. That Nakayama of Silla has always been prudent in defending the city. He won't do such a risky thing. Zhongsho said softly. That's true. Spiritual Mountain. After Yi Xian and Yan Bianshan returned to Spiritual Mountain, Yan Bianshan walked to his straw hut. Yi Xian suddenly said, Are you going to reach the inaction realm? Yan Bianshan nodded. Yi Xian sighed. Mountain Lord Yan, are you going to reach the inaction realm just like that? Yan Bianshan turned to look at Yi Xian. Is there a problem? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Mountain Lord Yan, have you ever thought about what if someone ambushes you when you are trying to reach the inaction realm? Yan Bianshan frowned. Yi Xian was relieved. Fortunately, this woman didn't say something stupid like, how is it possible? Otherwise, he would have turned around and left. Although he promised Daoling that he would protect this woman, it didn't mean that he would do it brainlessly. If he was not fully prepared and stayed here to help this woman, would he be able to leave if someone attacked? Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian. Do you have any suggestions? Yi Xian looked around. Yan Bianshan suddenly said, There are no outsiders within 1,000,000 miles. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Do you have any friends? The stronger ones. Yan Bianshan pointed at Elder Xian who was not far away. Yi Xian asked, Anything else? Yan Bianshan shook his head. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He was a loner. Yi Xian asked again. Do the law enforcement sect, Yunjia, and Jun Daogua know about the mystic realm? Yan Bianshan nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said in a low voice. If I'm not wrong, they already know that you and I entered the mystic realm. In other words, they will definitely guess if we obtain Daoling's inheritance. Do you think they can resist the temptation of Senior Daoling's inheritance? Yan Bianshan shook his head. No. Yi Xian nodded. In other words, they might join forces to snatch it. Hearing that, Yan Bianshan frowned. At this moment, Elder Xian said in a low voice, Young Master Yi is right. The law enforcement sect, Yunjia and Daogua definitely won't just sit by and watch you reach the inaction realm. Yan Bianshan looked at Yi Xian. Do you have any ideas? Yi Xian thought about it and shook his head. There's no way, because you don't have any friends. You're all alone. Speaking up to this point, he paused and said, Can you summon your ancestor? Yan Bianshan shook his head. Yi Xian was in complete despair. Damn it. Others can summon their ancestor, so why can't you? Yan Bianshan said. Master said that you have to protect me. Yi Xian's face darkened. Do you think I can defeat so many of them? Yan Bianshan said. I believe you. Yi Xian was stunned. You believe me? Yan Bianshan nodded. I believe Master, and Master believes you. So I believe you. Yi Xian was speechless. Yan Bianshan continued. I have to charge into the inaction realm because even if I don't, they will still attack us. Am I right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Yan Bianshan said. Once I reach the inaction realm, they are all ants. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Can you reach the inaction realm in 2 hours? Yan Bianshan shook his head. At least 3 million years. 3 million years. Yi Xian sighed. By the time you reach the inaction realm, the grass on my and Elder Xian's graves will be dozens of feet tall. Yan Bianshan just looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian was silent. Yan Bianshan suddenly said, Do you want to escape? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. How did this woman know what he was thinking? Yan Bianshan said, "If you want to leave, then leave. You don't owe me anything." With that, she turned and walked towards the thatched hut. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "I have an idea." Yan Bianshan turned and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I will take you and escape." Yan Bianshan frowned. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian disappeared with Yan Bianshan. When they appeared again, the two were already inside the xiaota. When they entered the xiaota, Yan Bianshan was stunned. Gradually, her expression became serious. The time here and the time outside. Yi Xian looked at Yan Bianshan. "You only need 1 month to cultivate here." 1 month, is that okay? Yan Bianshan nodded. Okay. With that, she looked at Yi Xian. "Can you block for me for 1 month?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment and said, "I will try my best." Actually, he knew that if he escaped alone, it would be even more dangerous. He and Yan Bianshan entered the secret realm together. Would they let him go? Definitely not. Especially the law enforcement sect. They might be thinking about how to deal with him. If Yan Bianshan reached the inaction realm, there would still be a chance of survival. Yi Xian left the xiaota. He looked around and then looked at Elder Xian. "Elder Xian, you stay here and guard for as long as you can. If you can't, don't defend to the death. Understand?" Elder Xian nodded. "Understood." Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then he turned into a ray of sword light and soared into the sky. In the distant sky, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him was Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, where are you going? Work hard to save." Chapter 1970. Looking at Xiao Xiao in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. "I think you must be curious about whether we got the inheritance of Senior Dao Ling in that secret realm." Xiao Xiao nodded. "I am." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Yan will reach the inaction realm soon." Xiao Xiao looked at Yi Xian. "Don't worry, our men have arrived at Spiritual Mountain." They attacked. Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Xiao suddenly walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Every time he took a step, the space would tremble slightly, and then ripples would appear. He was on guard. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was much lower than his, he was still on guard. People often died because of their carelessness. That was why Yi Xian didn't attack immediately. He could sense that Xiao Xiao was constantly on guard. It was impossible for him to catch him off guard. Yi Xian burst into laughter. "Old man, come on. Take my invincible sword attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword in his hand trembled violently, and a sharp and ear-piercing sword cry soared into the sky. Xiao Xiao narrowed his eyes and clenched his right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and flew on his sword, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. He escaped? In an instant, Xiao Xiao was stunned. That guy actually escaped? Xiao Xiao quickly came back to his senses, and his expression was rather unsightly. He was actually playing with him. Xiao Xiao took a step forward and vanished on the spot. At the end of the horizon, Yi Xian flew through space on his sword. Since the azure sword could ignore space, he was extremely fast, so fast that even Xiao Xiao, who was at the Daoless realm, couldn't catch up to him in a short period of time. However, Xiao Xiao clearly didn't intend to give up, and he kept chasing after him. In the space and time, Yi Xian suddenly took out a voice transmission stone. "Sis, where are you?" A moment later, Yang Nianshua's voice sounded in his mind. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I missed you." Yang Nianshua remained silent for a moment before she said, "Are you being pursued?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Of course not. How could I be hunted down?" Yang Nianshua suddenly said, "I'm busy, let's talk another day." Yi Xian's expression froze. Damn it. She was his biological sister. Right at this moment, the space in front of him suddenly split apart. And then an enormous hand that could hold up the sky grabbed out. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and gently flicked the hilt with his thumb. Chi. The azure profound sword was unsheathed and slashed down. Boom. The enormous hand was directly slashed into nothingness. And then the space in the surroundings surged violently. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao appeared in front of Yi Xian. Xiao Xiao gazed at Yi Xian, and was about to speak when Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and a sword suddenly appeared between Xiao Xiao's brows. However, it stopped when it was half an inch away from his brows because a mysterious force had obstructed the azure profound sword. The sword returned to Yi Xian's hand after it missed its target. Xiao Xiao didn't waste her breath, and she raised her hand and smashed her fist forward. With this punch, Yi Xian felt that everything in front of him had darkened. Space was obliterated. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly, and then the azure profound sword in his hand suddenly flew over to him and transformed into a sword shield. Bang! The sword shield shook violently, and then the space in the surroundings was instantly transformed into ash like burning paper. However, Yi Xian and the sword shield were completely unharmed. The sword and shield had forcefully blocked all of Xiao Xiao's power. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiao's expression darkened in the distance. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the sword shield transformed into a sword that fell into his palm. He looked at the distant Xiao Xiao and said with a smile, "So? Even the Taoless realm isn't that strong." After exchanging blows, he suddenly realized that the gap between him and the martial Dao realm wasn't that great. At this moment, Xiao Xiao opened his palm and flipped it lightly. In an instant, the space-time around Yi Xian began to reverse. At the same time, countless black divine lightning appeared above his head. These divine lightning emitted an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. However, Yi Xian was not afraid because these divine lightning were formed from the power of time and space. Xiao Xiao said softly, "Fall." Countless bolts of divine lightning fell. Yi Xian did not dodge. He slowly closed his eyes and stabbed upwards with his sword. Countless bolts of divine lightning instantly drowned him, but not long after, all the divine lightning disappeared, because they had all been absorbed by the Cyan profound sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiao's expression suddenly turned ugly. What the hell? He could even absorb this? Yi Xian greedily took a deep breath. He realized that he could use the Cyan profound sword to absorb the divine lightning. To him, absorbing the divine lightning was a great supplement. If he did it a few more times, he might be able to reach the Heartless realm. In the distance, Xiao Xiao said in a deep voice, "What kind of monster are you?" It had to be said that Yi Xian had shocked him. What he had used just now was the space-time divine lightning. This was an existence even more terrifying than the space-time abyss. As for this fellow, not only could he ignore the space-time divine lightning, he could even absorb it. This was too abnormal. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's eyes narrowed as he punched out. On the other hand, Yi Xian actually didn't dodge at all, and he allowed the punch to smash onto his chest. When his fist came into contact with Yi Xian's chest, a strand of uneasiness instantly arose in Xiao Xiao's heart. But at this moment, it was utterly impossible for him to withdraw his fist, so he could only increase his strength. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao had fallen directly into a space-time abyss. A mysterious space-time abyss. Xiao Xiao's brows knit together slightly. He slowly pressed his right hand forward, causing the space-time abyss before him to sink down. In the next moment he suddenly charged forward. Bang! Xiao Xiao had forcefully charged out. However, Yi Xian had vanished at this moment. Xiao Xiao's expression became extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene, and he suddenly turned his head around. "Call the law enforcement guards over." He noticed that it was still slightly difficult for him to kill Yi Xian with his own strength. Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him, but the problem was that this fellow didn't want to fight him to the death. Spiritual Mountain. On this day, a person suddenly appeared at the foot of the spiritual mountain. It was Yinjia's realm lord, Zhongshou. After Zhongshou walked up the spiritual mountain, Elder Xian appeared in front of him. Zhongshou glanced at the straw hut in the distance, and then he smiled. "Elder Xian, I want to meet Mountain Lord Yan." Elder Xian stared straight at Zhongshou. Scram. Zhongshou laughed heartily. "Rumor has it that Elder Xian is the third strongest in the Taoless realm. I want to see for myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, the entire heavens and earth boiled. A vicious look flashed across Elder Xian's eyes. He took a step forward, and in the next moment, the two of them entered an unknown and mysterious space-time. The two of them didn't dare to fight here because there was a powerful restrictive spell here. It was a spell that Jun Daolin had left behind in the past. If someone broke the boundary of the space-time, it would be a destructive or large-scale attack. The restrictive spell that Jun Daolin had left behind would appear. It wasn't something that a Daolis realm expert could resist. Therefore, basically no one dared to destroy the boundary of the Dao realm in recent years. While Elder Xian and Zhong Shou were fighting, a dozen mysterious experts suddenly appeared in front of the straw hut. One of them waved his sleeve, and the straw hut turned into nothingness. There wasn't a single person in the straw hut. The leading expert frowned slightly, and he turned to look at the surroundings. He waved his sleeve again, and the surrounding straw huts all disappeared. But Yan Bianshan was still nowhere to be seen. The leading expert's face turned cold, and he turned to look. Realm Lord, that Yan Bianshan isn't here. Hearing this, the space-time nearby suddenly turned into a vortex, and in the next moment, Zhong Shou walked out. He glanced at the spiritual mountain, and very quickly his face turned cold. He looked at Elder Xian, who wasn't far away. Where is she? Elder Xian sneered. Do you think I'll tell you? Zhong Shou narrowed his eyes, and at this moment, dozens of powerful auras appeared around Elder Xian. There were more than 10 Daolis realm experts among them. The killing intent in Zhong Shou's eyes intensified. Kill! The surrounding experts were about to attack, and at this moment Elder Xian suddenly said, I'll tell you. The Mountain Lord is in young Master Ye's body. Yi Xian. Zhong Shou frowned slightly. Yi Xian? Elder Xian nodded his head obediently. After a moment of silence, Zhong Shou said, Let's go. With that, he directly led everyone and disappeared from the scene. Elder Xian looked at the horizon and said softly, Little guy, you have to hold on. Yi Xian. Somewhere in the sky, Zhong Shou brought Yunjie and the other experts to meet up with the law enforcement sect. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly. She's in Yi Xian's body? Zhong Shou nodded. That woman is not on Spiritual Mountain at all. Xiao Xiao was silent. Zhong Shou said solemnly. That woman did not appear either, which means that she is very likely to break through to the inaction realm. Xiao Xiao said softly. Do you think she can reach the inaction realm in a short time? Zhong Shou shook his head. Impossible. She is not Daoling. Xiao Xiao said softly. I think she can. Zhong Shou looked at Xiao Xiao stunned. Why? Xiao Xiao said solemnly. This Yi Xian is not simple. That sword in his hand not only can ignore any space-time, but it can also absorb space-time lightning. He paused, then said, when he first came to the Dao border he was only at the life-body realm, but now he is at the primordial spirit realm, and he used less than half a month. Zhong Shou frowned slightly. You mean he has some divine item that can shorten the cultivation time? Xiao Xiao nodded. Hearing this, Zhong Shou's expression suddenly became ugly. Xiao Xiao said softly, We have already attacked Spiritual Mountain, which means we have no way out. If that Yan Bianshan reaches the inaction realm, even if she is half a step into the inaction realm, it will be a huge disaster for us. In other words, we do not have much time. Zhong Shou said solemnly, Then Yi Xian. Xiao Xiao looked into the distance, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Kill that kid at all costs, or he will become a huge disaster in the future. Zhong Shou nodded. I will go contact those guys from the Hidden Killer's Pavilion. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly. At this time, Zhong Shou said solemnly, They must already know. It is impossible for us to eat it alone. Xiao Xiao was silent for a moment, then nodded. Go contact them. Zhong Shou turned and left. Chapter 1971. Daolin Nation. Daolin Nation's strength was actually at the bottom of the list. However, for so many years, no force had dared to target Daolin Nation. That was because Daolin Nation's royal family was the descendant of Jun Daolin. Although Jun Daolin was no longer in Daolin Nation, he was not dead. Who knew when he would return? Palace. After the morning assembly, Nakayama of Silla walked out. Behind Nakayama of Silla was Gu Chou. At this moment, Gu Chou was already in the thoughtless realm. Nakayama of Silla chuckled. Your brother is being hunted. Gucho frowned. By who? Nakayama of Silla said. The enforcement sect in Yunjia. Gucho said in a low voice. Brother Yi is in danger. Although he had not been in Daolin Nation for long, he was still familiar with it. Whether it was the enforcement sect or Yunjia, they were both top forces. Two sects hunting Yi Xian alone? Gucho suddenly said. This brother Yi is really born with hatred. Nakayama of Silla smiled. The treasures on him are too tempting. Gucho looked at Nakayama of Silla. Senior, do you want to get involved? Nakayama of Silla shook his head. My Daolin nation is small and weak. If not for our ancestors, we would have been devoured by them long ago. So it's better not to get involved in this kind of thing. Gucho nodded slightly, and said nothing more. Nakayama of Silla smiled. Go and cultivate. It won't be long before you reach the thoughtless realm. Gucho nodded and turned to leave. Not long after Gucho left, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of Nakayama of Silla. The phantom lowered his head slightly and said something softly. A moment later, Nakayama of Silla smiled. Hidden Kill Pavilion is also targeting this young Master Yi? The phantom nodded. Yes. Their deputy pavilion master has personally taken action. Nakayama of Silla chuckled and said, Pass down the order. Let the Daolin guard secretly pay attention to young Master Yi. If necessary, save him. The figure hesitated for a moment before he said, Doing that might offend the Hidden Kill Pavilion, Yunjia, and the Enforcer sect. Nakayama of Silla looked at the shadow in front of him and said with a smile, As a person, one must have a breadth of mind and structure. What you see is a crisis, but what I see is a great opportunity. First, young Master Yi was no ordinary person, because the sword in his hand was definitely not something that ordinary people could create. At the very least, one had to be in the inaction realm to be able to create such a sword. In other words, young Master Yi definitely had at least one inaction realm expert behind him. Secondly, how many years has it been since the spiritual mountain accepted anyone? Since Senior Dao Ling accepted Mount Yanbianshan, the spiritual mountain hasn't accepted anyone else. But now, young Master Yi is together with Mountain Lord Yan. When he spoke up to hear, he grinned and continued. Mountain Lord Yan definitely obtained Senior Dao Ling's inheritance. However, everyone overlooks something. And that is that young Master Yi entered the secret realm with Mountain Lord Yan, and then they came out together. After they came out, Mountain Lord Yan went into closed-door cultivation. And this young Master Yi actually stood guard for Mountain Lord Yan. Do you know what this means? It means that young Master Yi has definitely joined the spiritual mountain, and he's met Senior Dao Ling. What kind of judgment does someone like Senior Dao Ling have? Can ordinary people catch her eye? And since she's able to acknowledge young Master Yi. As he spoke, he looked up into the sky and chuckled. If we help young Master Yi, not only will young Master Yi owe us a favor, but the spiritual mountain will owe us a favor as well. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Perfect. The phantom suddenly said, King, we can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let them kill each other, and we'll take advantage of it in the end. Nakayama of Silla sighed softly. What you said is not wrong, but you've overlooked one point, and that is that I want to reach the boundless realm. The phantom was stunned. Nakayama of Silla smiled. If we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, once young Master Yi and the others win, do you think they'll give a damn about me? Who knows, that Mountain Lord Yan might even destroy us if he's unhappy. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. In this battle, young Master Yi will definitely win. The phantom was a little puzzled. Why? Nakayama of Silla smiled. Because he has someone backing him. Fighting with this kind of person, so what if you win against the young ones? Because the old ones will come out immediately, and even a few old ones will come out. Besides, don't you think that this young Master Yi's family elders deliberately sent him to the world to train? You can beat him, you can torture him, but you can't beat him to death. If you want to beat him to death, it's definitely the same as poking a hornet's nest. The phantom was speechless. Nakayama of Silla smiled. You guys go first. I'll get ready. It's time for me to perform. Moreover, I'll have to put on a show for our young Master Yi. to make him feel that it's not easy for us to suddenly help him. We're helping him against a few super forces. Young Master Yi will definitely be touched. The phantom's expression froze. He bowed slightly, then turned and left. Nakayama of Silla looked at the horizon, where a white cloud floated gently. After a while, Nakayama of Silla suddenly smiled, then walked into the distance. In the middle of a mountain range, Yi Xian stopped. At this moment, he had already used the Qingxian sword to conceal his aura. However, he didn't think that he could rest easy like this. Yi Xian looked around, then entered Xiaota's body. Yan Bianshan sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. His eyes were slightly closed, and there was no aura coming from his body. 300 years. Yi Xian felt a headache when he thought about this, because he knew that Elder Xian of Spiritual Mountain wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In other words, before long, not only would he be chased by the law enforcement sect, but he would also be chased by Yin Jia, two super forces. Yi Xian felt like he was a jinx, being chased wherever he went. Yi Xian left the pagoda, and was just about to leave. However, right at this moment, his pupils constricted abruptly, and the azure sword in his hand vanished. Chi! A cold light flashed across his throat. Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet. After stopping, Yi Xian squinted his eyes. There was no one in front of him. Moreover, there was a thin layer of armor around his throat. Armor formed by the Qingxian sword. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The one who had attacked him was a Taoist realm assassin. Even a Taoist realm assassin had been mobilized. But what puzzled him was how the other party had found him. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Xiaota, can you sense that assassin?" Xiaota was silent for a moment, then said, "No." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You can't? Are you kidding? You are Destiny's Tower, and you can't even sense an assassin?" Xiaota said calmly, "Is there any cause and effect?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota continued, "Young master, you have to rely on yourself, understand?" Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Xiaota continued, "Young master, think about it. Master and Sister Tianming are waiting for you to grow up. But if you continue like this, I don't think they will get to see that day. You don't want to be a second generation for the rest of your life, do you?" Yi Xian said calmly. "Can't you sense that assassin?" Xiaota said angrily. "Are you looking down on me? Who am I? I am Destiny's Tower." Yi Xian asked, "Then where is the assassin?" Xiaota was silent for a moment, then said, "In the shadow behind you." Hearing this, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He opened his palm, and an air sword suddenly slashed at his shadow. Almost instantly, a cold light slashed at the back of Yi Xian's neck. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying thousands of feet away, and the surrounding forest was instantly turned to dust. When Yi Xian stopped, the assassin was gone. Yi Xian said in his heart, "Xiaota, tell me his location." Xiaota said, 10 feet to the right, in a tree." Wang! A sword light suddenly pierced that tree, and the moment the tree broke, an afterimage instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away, then quietly disappeared. Xiaota continued, 300,000 feet away in a pool. Yi Xian opened his palm. The armor on his body suddenly turned into a beam of sword light, and slashed into the pool of water. Boom! An afterimage was slashed and retreated repeatedly, and in the place where it was, an arm was left. At this time Xiaota said, "The opponent ran away." Yi Xian looked coldly into the distance. He discovered that although the assassin was also in the Taoist realm, the opponent's strength in a head-on confrontation was a bit weak. However, this was normal. After all, the opponent was an assassin, and they focused on killing with one blow. But once they faced each other head-on, the opponent completely lost his advantage. At this time Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiaota, can you help me hide my aura?" He had previously relied on the green profound sword to hide his aura, but he discovered that someone could still find him. Xiaota said, "Of course. However, young master, I have to remind you that even if I help to hide your aura, the person just now might still be able to find you." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why?" Xiaota said in a deep voice, "Little soul has already completely hidden your aura, but the opponent can still find you. This means that the opponent was able to find you, not because of your aura. Yi Xian was a little curious. Then what is it? Xiao Ta said. Young master, you have to remember, I'm just a tower. Why do you always ask a tower so many questions? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Damn, once this guy encountered a question that he didn't know, he would remember that he was a tower. Yi Xian asked again. Xiao Ta, remember to notify me at any time once the opponent comes near. Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Young master, don't you want to experience the excitement and pleasure of being between life and death? Think about it, being able to react in that extreme instant and kill the opponent. Isn't that very satisfying? Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Ta continued. If I notify you, then it'll be very difficult for you to improve. But if you can rely on your own strength to kill the opponent, then it'll be completely different. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, What you said isn't without reason. Xiao Ta nodded. I want to experience the feeling of being pursued. Yi Xian smiled. It's not impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Brother, stop hiding. I saw you a long time ago. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a man in black suddenly appeared at the place where Yi Xian was originally standing. The man in black looked at Yi Xian, who disappeared in the distance, and said softly, What the hell? Is he trying to scare me? P.S. You gave me monthly tickets. When I become a god, I'll definitely repay you with 100 chapters. Chapter 1972. Yi Xian went straight to the law enforcement sect. To him, the most dangerous place was the safest place. He quietly snuck into the law enforcement sect. Currently, all the top experts in the law enforcement sect had left. There was not a single Daoless realm cultivator in the entire sect. He did not kill anyone from the law enforcement sect. There was no point in killing these small fries. On the contrary, he would expose himself. To him, every bit of time was precious. In the dark, Yi Xian scanned his surroundings. Finally, he came to a small building. This small building was rather remote, and had been abandoned for a long time. There were cobwebs everywhere. Yi Xian came to the top floor and looked around. There were some moldy ancient books placed around him. They were all worthless books. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and entered Xiao Ta. He slowly closed his eyes. Cultivation. Dao Ling had given him an inheritance. Just as Dao Ling had said, with the help of this inheritance, he could indeed save a lot of time when cultivating. In that inheritance, Dao Ling had already explained this realm in great detail, even including her previous cultivation experiences. This was too much of a help to Yi Xian. Yi Xian began to charge towards the Heartless realm. His biggest shortcoming now was that his realm was too low. Once his realm caught up, it was not impossible for him to kill a Daoless realm cultivator. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. Outside the law enforcement sect, the assassin hiding in the dark was at a loss. He wanted to attack, but he was also a little afraid of Yi Xian because Yi Xian seemed to be able to know his location. And if he faced Yi Xian head-on, he would definitely not be able to kill Yi Xian. In a head-on battle, his strength would be greatly reduced. Most importantly, he did not dare to approach Yi Xian now. He had actually given up on killing Yi Xian, because he knew that he could not kill him. What he needed to do now was to follow Yi Xian and know Yi Xian's whereabouts at any time. Yi Xian's concealment technique was also somewhat unique. If one didn't follow him from time to time, it would be very easy to lose him. However, he was slightly puzzled as to why this fellow had come to the law enforcement sect. Inside Xiao Ta, Heartless state. To put it simply, he was at ease. It was the same concept as his sword Dao. Of course, it sounded simple, but it was still difficult to reach this realm. If the heart was bound, it would be difficult to be free. What he wanted to achieve was to let his heart be free from any shackles. This process was very difficult, and it required the support of countless resources. Previously, when he was trying to break through to the life-knowing realm, he felt that it took too much energy. But compared to now, he felt that it was child's play. This was because he needed to consume at least 1,000,000 Supreme Saint crystals every day. If it were not for the resources of the King of Snow Mountain, Elder Gu, and the others, he would not have been able to break through to the Heartless Realm. Apart from himself, he also gave Dao Ling's inheritance to Su Wang, and let Su Wang break through to the Heartless State. He wanted to nurture a super expert. This was his disciple, he had to be careful. Just like that, 10 years passed. As he sat cross-legged on the ground, the aura around Yi Xian grew stronger and stronger. Outside, the black-robed assassin who was hiding in the shadows suddenly turned around, and a black-robed man had suddenly appeared before him. The black-robed man bowed slightly to the black-robed man. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." The black-robed man before him was the Pavilion Master of the Hidden Killer Pavilion. The Pavilion Master glanced at the law enforcement sect in the distance and said hoarsely, "He's inside." The black-robed man nodded. "He's inside." As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment and said, "There's something strange about him, because he seems to be able to see me." The Pavilion Master fell silent for a moment before he said, "Leave this matter to me. You can leave. Remember, besides me, don't let anyone know of his whereabouts." The black-robed man bowed slightly and vanished silently. The Pavilion Master gazed into the distant pavilion, and then he vanished silently after a moment of silence. He didn't attack Yi Xian either. On the other side, Xiao Xiao and Zhong Shou's expressions were extremely unsightly somewhere high up in the clouds, because they'd searched for an entire day and night yet hadn't found any information about Yi Xian. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Zhong Shou suddenly said, "Is there any news from the Hidden Killer Pavilion?" Xiao Xiao shook her head. "There's no reply from them." Zhong Shou frowned slightly when he heard this. "Even they aren't able to find him?" Xiao Xiao fell silent. Zhong Shou gazed at Xiao Xiao. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Xiao spoke indifferently. "Do you think the Hidden Killer Pavilion killed Yi Xian and Yan Bianshan in secret and seized the inheritance?" Zhong Shou's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard this. That wasn't impossible. At this moment, Xiao Xiao said, "No matter what, we can't place all our hopes on the Hidden Killer Pavilion. We have to think of another way to find Yi Xian." Zhong Shou looked at Xiao Xiao. "Do you have any good ideas?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Xiao said, "Where do you think Yi Xian is hiding now?" Zhong Shou frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Xiao Xiao said softly, "If I were Yi Xian, then the most dangerous place for me right now might be the safest place." Hearing this, Zhong Shou's pupils suddenly shrank. In reply to Yun Jia, Xiao Xiao stopped Zhong Shou. "Go to my enforcer sect." Zhong Shou was puzzled. "Why?" Xiao Xiao sneered. "Because my enforcer sect has the deepest hatred for him." With that, he waved his hand. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the powerhouses of the enforcer sect and vanished on the spot. After Xiao Xiao and the others left, Nakayama of Silla appeared. He looked in the direction that Xiao Xiao and the others had left and frowned deeply. After a moment, Nakayama of Silla said, "Let the Dowlin guards and the Imperial guards head to the enforcer sect at the fastest speed." With that, he vanished on the spot. At the enforcer sect, Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and was about to get up. Meanwhile, Nakayama of Silla's voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Young Master Yi, focus on your breakthrough. I'll block the enforcer sect and Yun Jie for you. However, I can only block them for an hour." An hour had passed in the outside world. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Senior." Nakayama of Silla smiled. "You're too kind." Yi Xian didn't have the time to think about why Nakayama of Silla would help him because he was at the critical moment of charging into the undistracted state. He needed some time. Within the enforcer sect, Xiao Xiao glanced at the surroundings, and then his gaze descended onto a pavilion in the surroundings. Found it. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread open his right hand, and then he suddenly grabbed at the pavilion. A powerful force swept down from the sky. Right when the force was about to strike the pavilion, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before the pavilion, and then he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The entire expanse of space warped. Xiao Xiao and Zhong Shou's expressions turned unsightly when they saw the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Nakayama of Silla from the Dowlin Kingdom. Xiao Xiao gazed at Nakayama of Silla. Nakayama of Silla, we've always lived in harmony with the Daolin Kingdom. What's the meaning of this? Nakayama of Silla smiled. Sect leader Xiao, I'm protecting this young Master Yi. Xiao gazed at Nakayama of Silla, and then he smiled and said, I understand. Nakayama of Silla has chosen a different path from us. However, our objectives are the same. Nakayama of Silla smiled. Yes. Xiao turned to look at Zhongshou. I'll hold him back. Zhongshou nodded. All right. Xiao looked at Nakayama of Silla and was about to make a move. At this moment, Nakayama of Silla suddenly said, Sect leader Xiao, can you listen to me? Xiao was expressionless. What does Nakayama of Silla want to say? Nakayama of Silla smiled. Sect leader Xiao, aren't you afraid that Mountain Chieftain Yan will summon her ancestor? Xiao was expressionless. I bet that she can't summon her ancestor. Nakayama of Silla wanted to say something, but Xiao suddenly slammed his palm down, and a powerful force swept down from the sky. Nakayama of Silla narrowed his eyes, and then he disappeared on the spot. Bang! In the sky above the law enforcement sect, a powerful force suddenly spread out. In the next moment, Nakayama of Silla and Xiao both entered another space-time. Neither of them dared to recklessly destroy this space-time. The nomological laws left behind by Jun Daolin were no joke. After Nakayama of Silla and Xiao entered another space-time, Zhongshou looked at the pavilion below. In the next moment, he directly rushed towards the pavilion. Just as he arrived in front of the pavilion, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly turned around. Swoosh! Zhongshou retreated thousands of feet away, but one of his arms was forever left in the same place. After Zhongshou stopped, he looked at the part where his arm had been cut off, and there was no one there. Zhongshou's expression became extremely ugly. Hidden Killer Pavilion Master, I didn't expect you to betray us as well. There was no response. Zhongshou's expression became ferocious. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the law enforcement sect and Yunjie's side charged towards the pavilion below. Suddenly, over 10 black figures appeared in the surroundings. Assassins. Apart from that, there were also more than 30 experts in golden armor who appeared in the pavilion. The Daolin Guard. The middle-aged man who led the group gazed at the experts that charged down with an emotionless expression. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts behind him charged forward in unison. The battle had begun. Yunjie's side and the enforcement sect's side had quite a large number of experts, but they were unable to do anything to the Hidden Killer Pavilion and Daolin Kingdom for now. Meanwhile, Zhongshou suddenly looked towards the distant space-time. Sect Master Xiao, activate the formation. Activate the formation. Nakayama of Silla, who was fighting Xiao, frowned when he heard this, and a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart. This was the enforcement sect. Suddenly, Xiao said, activate the grand formation. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous grand formations within the enforcement sect were activated, and then countless powerful forces smashed towards the experts from the Daolin Kingdom. The experts' expressions instantly changed drastically. They were already at a disadvantage, so how could they resist the grand formations? Meanwhile, 3 Daolin realm experts from the enforcement sect suddenly charged towards the pavilion. Their true targets were Yi Xian and Yan Puanxian. To be more precise, it was Yan Puanxian. Once Yan Puanxian attained the inaction realm, then they could just slit their own throats. The inaction realm. It was absolutely not something that Daolin realm experts could resist. Chapter 1973. He had to kill Yin Peishan. The experts from the enforcement sect and Yunjie charged madly towards the pavilion. However, the experts from the Hidden Kill Pavilion and the Kingdom of Lindao had been stopped, and they couldn't provide assistance at all. Meanwhile, a woman suddenly appeared in the pavilion. It was none other than Xiwang. There wasn't a shred of fear in Xiwang's eyes as she gazed at the experts that were charging at her. She'd given up on charging into the Heartless Realm, because Yi Xian needed help at this moment. She knew that her current strength wasn't enough to stop them at all. Their cultivations were much higher than hers, but she'd still come out. Xiwang slowly closed her eyes as she gazed at the experts that were charging at her. Actually, she knew that she would definitely die. But she didn't regret her choice. Right at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and opened her palm. The green profound sword appeared in her hand, and in the next moment, she suddenly stabbed forward. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. A sword strike with all her strength. A sword howl instantly shook the sky as she stabbed forward. It was a very powerful attack. Unfortunately, her opponent was a Taoist realm expert. The Taoist realm expert in the lead slammed his fist against the green profound sword, and the powerful force caused the sword to tremble violently. After that, the sword was blasted flying. At the same time, Shi Wang's right arm was shattered into pieces, and then she was blasted flying. When she finally stopped moving, her body had shattered, and only her soul remained. The Taoist realm experts didn't pay any attention to Shi Wang because her soul was vanishing at an extremely swift speed. Vanishing completely was only a matter of time. Suddenly, the green profound sword trembled violently, and then it transformed into a ray of light that shot into Shi Wang's soul that was about to vanish. Bang! The green profound sword protected Shi Wang's soul. Meanwhile, the pavilion suddenly transformed into nothingness, and then a man walked out. It was none other than Yi Xian. As soon as Yi Xian appeared, a Taoist realm expert appeared above him, and then he smashed his fist down. They knew that Yi Xian could ignore many aspects of space, so they didn't utilize the energy of space to deal with Yi Xian. Yi Xian stared at the incoming fist, his face expressionless. When the fist arrived in front of him, the space around him suddenly became illusory. Mysterious space-time. Yi Xian stomped his right foot. Boom. A powerful space-time pressure suddenly enveloped the Taoist realm expert. The Taoist realm expert's face instantly changed, but he didn't retract his fist. He still punched at Yi Xian's face. He'd already sensed that the space-time energy couldn't kill him at all, and this punch of his was sufficient to kill Yi Xian, exchanging injuries for lives. This deal was worth it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At that moment he did not have the Qingxian sword, and he did not dare to put it away. Once he did, the fabricated sword would disappear completely. Without the green profound sword, how was he supposed to fend off a Taoist? When he thought of this, Yi Xian's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Without the Qingxian sword, would he be useless? He took a step forward, and in an instant, countless sword lights engulfed him and the Taoist realm expert. Core sword domain. Once again, he used this sword technique that he thought was a little outdated. When he used this sword technique, there was only one thought in his mind. I'm a swordsman. Even without the Qingxian sword, I'm still a swordsman. However, reality was cruel. Boom. The sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was blasted thousands of meters away. The Taoist realm expert was dumbfounded. He looked at his fist, and then at Yi Xian in the distance. From the way you appeared just now, I thought you were an expert, but I didn't expect. As he spoke, a flying sword suddenly slashed at him. The Taoist realm expert's lips curled into a disdainful smile, and he flicked his sleeve. Boom. The flying sword was blasted into pieces. In the distance, Yi Xian's face fell at the sight of that. Even though he'd attained the Heartless realm, there was still quite a huge gap between him and the Taoist realm. Meanwhile, the Taoist realm expert suddenly clenched his fist at Yi Xian from afar, and the space around Yi Xian was instantly obliterated. A ferocious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and he charged forward instead of retreating. He transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Hiss! A sharp sound of something tearing apart resounded. The Taoist realm expert raised his arm to block the attack. Bang! The ray of light shattered. At the same time he smashed his left fist forward. Bang! The space before him sunk down, and then Yi Xian was instantly blasted flying. However, the Taoist realm expert fell into a dark spatial abyss at the instant he was blasted flying. A mysterious spatial abyss. The Taoist realm expert frowned as soon as he fell into the boundless abyss. At this moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly roared in anger. What are you waiting for? Are you watching the show? It turned out that there were a few dozen extraordinary experts in front of Yi Xian, and there were 6 Taoist realm experts amongst them. However, when Yi Xian was fighting with that Taoist realm powerhouse, these people did not make a move. The reason they hadn't chosen to attack was because they felt that it was quite unkind of them to interfere in a battle between two Dallas realm experts. But at this moment, they instantly returned to their senses when they heard Xiao Xiao. Without any hesitation, everyone dashed toward Yi Xian, who was not far away. The 6 Dallas realm experts in the lead even used their full strength. Obviously, they intended to kill Yi Xian with a single strike. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw so many charging at him, and he hurriedly roared with fury, "Big sister, you can just wait to bury me if you still don't show yourself." Meanwhile, laughter resounded abruptly, and then a ray of light flashed. The others hadn't even recovered from their shock when the head of the Dallas realm expert in the lead of the group that was charging at Yi Xian flew into the air and transformed into nothingness. It was an instant kill. Everyone was shocked. All the experts who were charging at Yi Xian retreated explosively. Meanwhile, young Yanxue appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she grinned as she gazed at Yi Xian. "How did you know that I would show myself?" Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and then he said, "We're siblings by blood." Young Yanxue roared with laughter. "Dad, I'll protect you." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a strand of light appeared there. She gazed at the group of experts in the distance and smiled. "All of you, come over here." The expressions of those Dallas realm experts became extremely solemn when they heard this. Did she just instantly kill a Dallas realm expert? Everyone turned to look at Zhong Shou, who'd recovered his arm. Zhong Shou gazed at Yang Yanxue. "Who are you?" Yang Yanxue pointed at Yi Xian and smiled. "I'm his older sister." Zhong Shou frowned slightly. "Big sister?" Yang Yanxue nodded and smiled. "My real sister." A wisp of fear flashed through Zhong Shou's eyes as he glanced at the ray of light in Yang Yanxue's hand. He was quite fearful of that ray of light. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Big sister, kill him." Yang Yanxue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Dad always told me that I must win others over with virtue when I'm outside." Yi Xian was flabbergasted. "Win others over with virtue? Is that father's style?" Yi Xian walked over to Yang Yanxue's side and spoke via voice transmission. "Big sister, how many rays of light did father leave for you?" Yang Yanxue spoke softly, 3. "I've already used 2. This is the last one." Yi Xian's face instantly fell when he heard this. 2. Is this a game? There are at least a dozen Dallas realm experts on the other side. Ow. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue said, "Don't worry, they don't know that I only have a single ray of light left." Yi Xian glanced at Yang Yanxue, and then he gazed at Zhong Shou and smiled. "Did you see that Dallas realm expert from before? He wasn't even able to stop a ray of light our father left behind. If our father came here himself." The expressions of Zhong Shou and the others turned unsightly when they heard this. It was an instant kill. Merely a single ray of light had instantly killed a Dallas realm expert. Is he really a Dallas realm expert? Only a Dallas realm expert can accomplish this. This fellow has a Dallas realm expert behind him. When they thought up to this point, the expressions of Zhong Shou and the others turned even more unsightly. A Dallas realm expert. For a time, no one dared to move. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao and Nakayama of Silla stopped as well. Nakayama of Silla came to Yi Xian's side. His face was extremely pale, as if he'd suffered some sort of severe internal injury. Yi Xian looked at Nakayama of Silla with slight worry in his eyes. "Senior, are you all right?" Nakayama of Silla suddenly covered his mouth and coughed forcefully a few times. After that, he opened his palm, and within it was a pool of blood. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. Nakayama of Silla smiled bitterly. "It's a small matter. A small matter." As he spoke, he started coughing violently again. Yi Xian hurried to say, "Sir, take a good rest. Leave the rest to us." Nakayama of Silla's heart relaxed. "Damn it, I've been waiting for you to say that. If they continue fighting, they'll really be risking their lives." At this moment, Nakayama of Silla seemed to have thought of something. He looked at a man in golden armor beside him. The man's expression was dejected. "My king, we've lost 12 brothers." What? Nakayama of Silla suddenly burst into tears. Everyone was slightly stunned, and they all looked at Nakayama of Silla. Nakayama of Silla mumbled as if he'd lost his soul. I don't know whose sons they are. I don't know whose parents they are. I've let all of you down. As he spoke, he immediately burst into tears. Seeing this, Yi Xian felt even more guilty. Yi Xian walked in front of Nakayama of Silla and said guiltily, "Senior." Nakayama of Silla suddenly pulled Yi Xian back. He shook his head and said painfully, "No, it's not your fault. It's really not your fault. Don't feel guilty. Please don't feel guilty." Yi Xian. Everyone looked at Nakayama of Silla with strange expressions. Seeing Nakayama of Silla in so much pain, Yi Xian felt even more guilty. At this moment, Xiao Xiao mocked, "Nakayama of Silla, what are you putting on a show? Didn't you come here for the sake of Dao Ling's inheritance?" Bullsh *T. Nakayama of Silla suddenly pointed at Xiao Xiao and cursed. "Do you think everyone is as greedy as you? Do you think I came to stop you for the inheritance? No. I did it for the future of the entire Dao critical realm. I did it for justice. Justice will prevail. Everyone. P.S. Asking for votes." Chapter 1974. Justice. Xiao Zhao's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he heard Nakayama of Silla. Is he an idiot? He's even doing it for justice. He's really upright. Meanwhile, Zhongsho walked over to Xiao Zhao's side, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, "We have to think of a way to deal with that woman." Xiao Xiao restrained his thoughts and gazed at Yang Nianxue. A wisp of fear flashed through his eyes when he saw the ray of light in Yang Nianxue's hand. He'd instantly killed a Dao-less realm expert. The owner of that ray of light was definitely an inaction realm expert. When he thought up to this point, Xiao Zhao's expression instantly grew even more unsightly. Presently, there were only two paths before them. The first was to continue killing. Kill Yi Xian and Yin Bianshan, and then obtain the inheritance. However, the risk of doing so was extremely high, because a true inaction realm expert might appear. The second path was to surrender. Was it too late to surrender now? Perhaps it was. However, he didn't want to surrender. Instead of living in humiliation, it was better to die a glorious death. When he thought up to here, Xiao Xiao slowly closed his eyes. Activate the formation. Bang. A ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky from within the enforcement sect. When it shot into the sky, it suddenly transformed into a strange white vortex, and then a huge sword emerged slowly from within it. As soon as the huge sword appeared, space actually started to tremble violently. This expanse of space couldn't endure the sword's strength at all. Meanwhile, Nakayama of Silla's expression had become extremely solemn. The seamless sword formation. Yang Nianxue gazed at Nakayama of Silla. The seamless sword formation? Nakayama of Silla spoke solemnly. It's an ancient sword formation that was created by a sect master of the enforcement sect all those years ago. That sect master was at the quasi-inaction realm all those years ago. He used a few hundreds of years to create this formation, and every single sect master of the enforcement sect has maintained it with great care. So it's growing stronger and stronger. Now it can definitely kill a quasi-inaction realm expert with ease. The seamless sword formation. Hearing this, Yang Nianxue frowned. She only had a wisp of sword light. If she used it to break this formation, what would happen next? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian pulled Yang Nianxue behind him and said seriously, "Big sister, let me carry it." Yang Nianxue frowned. "You?" Yi Xian said seriously. "Of course I'll be the one to do such a dangerous thing." Yang Nianxue pulled Yi Xian to her side and sent him a sound transmission with profound qi. "Don't think that I don't know that you can absorb sword qi." Yi Xian was speechless. At that moment, countless tiny sword qi suddenly appeared around the huge sword. These sword qi were like needles, densely packed, and it was a daunting sight to behold. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke fiercely, "Yi Xian, even the gods can't save you today." As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly fell. Bang! In the sky, the huge sword carried countless strands of sword qi as it shot down violently. In an instant, the entire sky dimmed down. The expressions of Nakayama of Silla and the others changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Suddenly Yi Xian roared, "I'll do it!" As soon as he finished speaking, he shot into the sky and charged towards the huge sword. Everyone was slightly stunned. What does Yi Xian intend to do? Xiao Xiao frowned slightly, and a strand of uneasiness arose in his heart. At this moment, Yi Xian collided head-on with the giant sword. Bang! The spectators watched as the huge sword actually pierced into Yi Xian's body. In an instant, a powerful aura swept out from within him. At the same time, the countless strands of sword chi in the sky entered his body under his guidance. Bang! A powerful aura erupted from within Yi Xian. And it wasn't the aura of the Heartless Realm any longer. Xiao Xiao and the others were completely stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? It wasn't just Xiao Xiao and the others, even Nakayama of Silla was shocked. This fellow actually absorbed all those swords? Absorbed them? At this moment Yi Xian, who was in the sky, suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, "Awesome!" Needless to say, he felt really good at this moment because those strands of sword chi had increased his cultivation by too much. Everyone was speechless. Xiao Xiao stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and his face was as red as a pig's liver. Not only can this fellow ignore space and time, but he can even absorb swords? What sort of god is he? Meanwhile, Yi Xian clenched his right fist slowly, and the powerful aura in the surroundings instantly surged back into his body like tidewater. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Almost. Just a little bit more and I'll be able to attain the thoughtless realm. My cultivation is sufficient. However, I still need to comprehend it. In my opinion, so long as I'm given another day, then I'll be able to attain the thoughtless realm. Of course, it's absolutely impossible for Chunxi to give me that much time. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao suddenly opened his palm. In the next moment, a command token suddenly shot into the sky. Bang! The entire sky transformed into a huge vortex. And then an illusory middle-aged man walked out from within it. Ancestor summon. Nakayama of Silla's face fell once more when he witnessed this scene. And he walked over to Yi Xian's side. Young Master Yi, that's the ancestor of the enforcement sect, Nianji. He attained the half-step in activity realm all those years ago. And he wasn't just an ordinary half-step in activity realm expert. Even though only a strand of his soul remains now, his strength far surpasses an ordinary Taoist realm expert. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Senior, can you defeat him?" Nakayama of Silla hurriedly shook his head. "No. I'm no match for him." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Nianji suddenly spoke softly. "Is my enforcement sect in danger of being destroyed?" Xiao Xiao bowed respectfully. "Martial ancestor." The experts of the enforcement sect bowed as well. "Greetings, martial ancestor." Nianji suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he moved back to stand by Yang Nianshui's side. It was best to be careful when facing an expert at the level of an old monster. Nianji gazed at Yi Xian for a short while, and then he said, "Why have you come to destroy my enforcement sect?" Yi Xian spoke indifferently. "Senior, I'm not the one who wants to destroy your enforcement sect. It's your enforcement sect that wants to take my sword." As he spoke, he gazed at Xu Wang. At this moment, Xu Wang's soul had recovered, and he issued a command in his heart, causing the green profound sword to fly over to Nianji. "It's this sword." Nianji gazed at the green profound sword. He'd intended to take it, but for some unknown reason he didn't grasp it. A short while later, Nianji turned to look at Xiao Xiao. "Is there something wrong with your head?" Xiao Xiao was taken aback. "Martial ancestor." Nianji frowned slightly. "Can't you feel the terror of this sword?" Xiao Xiao said in a deep voice. "It's just a sword." Nianji looked at Xiao Xiao. "How did you reach the Taoist realm?" Xiao Xiao's expression was a little ugly. Nianji sighed softly. "Logically speaking, life knower realm should be able to feel the terrifying karma of this sword. But you still can't feel it after reaching the Taoist realm. Or rather, you've already felt it, but it's still because of greed." "Xiao Xiao said in a deep voice. "Does the martial ancestor know who he is?" Nianji shook his head. "He's not someone we can afford to offend." Xiao Xiao clenched his fists, and his expression was extremely gloomy. As soon as Nianji said this, the expressions of the enforcement sect's experts turned ugly. Even their martial ancestor said they couldn't offend him? What else could they do? Nianji suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Little friend, where is the person who made this sword? Is she at the Taoist realm? Yi Xian smiled. I don't know where she is. As for whether she's at the Taoist realm, I don't know either. Nianji fell silent for a moment before he said, Little friend, how about this? Let's shake hands and make peace. Shake hands and make peace. Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that the old man would actually propose to shake hands and make peace. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao suddenly roared furiously, No! As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Xiao Xiao. Nakayama of Silla, who led the group, sneered, Sect Master Xiao, you're really amazing. Are you going to betray your martial ancestor? Nianji looked at Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao said in a deep voice, Martial ancestor, the enforcement sect and I are absolutely irreconcilable with this person. If we don't eliminate him today, then once he's allowed to grow, our enforcement sect will be in danger. Nianji looked at Xiao Xiao. Do you think you can kill him? Xiao Xiao's expression gradually turned ferocious. Why not? My enforcement sect hasn't utilized any trump cards, so it isn't difficult to kill him. As he spoke, he bowed deeply. Martial ancestor, it wasn't easy for our enforcement sect to develop until now. It's even more difficult for us to cultivate until now. If we eliminate Yi Xian and Yan Bianshan today, then the Taoist realm experts of our enforcement sect might be able to truly attain the inaction realm. At that time, our enforcement sect will become the strongest power in the entire Tao Descent world. The inaction realm. The Taoist realm experts of the enforcement sect were instantly tempted when they heard Xiao Xiao. After all, Yi Xian and Yan Bianshan definitely possessed a Dao Ling's inheritance. If they killed Yi Xian, then they would be able to stop Yan Bianshan from attaining the inaction realm. Moreover, they would be able to seize Yan Bianshan's inheritance. Once they obtained Yan Bianshan's inheritance, then they would have a chance to attain the inaction realm of legend. Meanwhile, Nianji sighed softly. You're dreaming. Do you know that the knowledge contained within this sword has exceeded the scope of our universe? In other words, the person who created this sword was at least an inaction realm expert, and only Jun Daolin had attained the inaction realm in our universe. However, he probably wasn't the one who created this sword. Do you know what this means? It means that there's an unknown world and an unknown extraordinary expert in our universe. Nakayama of Silla, who stood by Yi Xian's side, gave him a thumbs up. As expected of our ancestor, your intelligence really isn't ordinary. I'm impressed. Xiao Xiao remained silent with a gloomy expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Nianji continued. It's normal for people to be greedy. However, don't let greed blind your mind. Some people can be enemies with others, and some absolutely can't be enemies with. This is the way of survival. Do you understand? Xiao Xiao gazed at Nianji. I finally understand why the founding ancestor was stuck at the half-step inaction realm all his life. Because the founding ancestor was too overcautious in everything he did. How could he accomplish great things if he was so overcautious? As he spoke, he pointed angrily towards the sky. I, Xiao Xiao, don't believe in fate. Besides myself, I don't believe in anyone. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Nianji's expression froze. Chapter 1975. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Yi Xian's face was covered in astonishment as well. That fellow has a temper. Nakayama of Silla shook his head as well. Amazing. Nianji sighed softly with a complicated expression on his face. He didn't know what to say when he encountered such a disciple of the later generations. Suddenly Xiao Xiao spoke coldly. Farewell, ancestor. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a pitch-black command token appeared there. In the next moment, Nianji's soul gradually became ethereal. He was going to put away the obsession soul. Nianji glanced at the experts of the enforcement sect. What's your choice? All the experts of the enforcement sect fell silent. Xiao Zhao's face was emotionless. Martial ancestor, we want to give it a try. Nianji nodded lightly. I understand. As he spoke, his figure gradually became ethereal. Meanwhile, Nakayama of Scylla suddenly said, Senior, you can kill Xiao Xiao. In that way, you'll be able to save your enforcement sect. Xiao Xiao glanced coldly at Nakayama of Scylla, while the killing intent in his eyes seemed material. Nianji shook his head and smiled. I've already perished, so it doesn't matter to me whether the enforcement sect exists or not. Nakayama of Scylla spoke in a low voice. Are you just going to watch as they court death? Nianji smiled. That's their choice. As soon as he finished speaking, his soul vanished like smoke. He'd vanished completely. He didn't choose to return to the command token and protect the enforcement sect, because he knew the outcome. Moreover, he was utterly unable to change anything. Even though he was the ancestor of the enforcement sect, this wasn't his era anymore. After all, a new emperor brought his own ministers. So he chose to leave in peace. After Nianji left, Nakayama of Scylla, who stood by Yi Xian's side, suddenly said, Young brother Yi, should we retreat? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he asked, Do we have a chance at victory? Nakayama of Scylla transmitted his voice using profound energy. Is there only one sword light in your sister's hand? Yi Xian looked at Nakayama of Scylla. How did you know? Nakayama of Scylla said in a low voice. If she had many daos, would she still be standing here watching Xiao Xiao act tough? Yi Xian was speechless. Nakayama of Scylla said solemnly, Let's retreat to Daolin Nation. Yi Xian nodded. I'll listen to Senior. The corners of Nakayama of Scylla's mouth twitched. He waved his right hand. Retreat. Retreat. With that, the group of people turned around and fled. Meanwhile, a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Xiao Zhao's eyes. You want to retreat? With that, he waved his hand. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the law enforcement sect and the experts from Yunjie rushed out. At this moment, many assassins suddenly appeared in the surroundings. The hidden killer's pavilion brought up the rear. Xiao Xiao opened his palm, and 9 black wooden tablets suddenly floated out. In the next moment, the 9 wooden tablets suddenly exploded, and 9 mysterious people wrapped in black cloths appeared. As soon as the 9 mysterious people appeared, Nakayama of Scylla's expression changed drastically. Corpse generals. The law enforcement sect actually refined corpse generals. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Senior, what are corpse generals? Nakayama of Scylla said in a low voice. Many years ago, there was a superpower in Daolin Nation called the Corpse God Sect. This sect is extremely skilled in refining corpses. As he spoke, he turned around and glanced at the surroundings. These corpse generals are at least Daolis realm experts. After being refined using a special secret technique, these corpse generals become even more terrifying. Back then, the Corpse God Sect refined a large number of corpse generals. At their peak, they had over 1,000 corpse generals. Later on, when my Daolin Nation's ancestor emerged from his closed-door cultivation, he annihilated them. Because the method of refining corpse generals is extremely cruel. For example, the souls of these corpse generals that you see now actually still exist. However, their souls are imprisoned within their corpses. Moreover, they're being controlled by the person who refined them. Yi Xian was about to speak when 6 corpse generals appeared before the 3 of them. Yi Xian noticed that these 3 corpse generals had stopped all the assassins from the Hidden Killer's pavilion. Even the pavilion master of the Hidden Killer's pavilion had been stopped. Yi Xian gazed at Nakayama of Scylla. Senior, how many are you fighting? Nakayama of Scylla raised a finger. Yi Xian hurriedly said, All of them? All right. Nakayama of Scylla was dumbfounded. Do you not know how to count? I'll say 1. Yi Xian's face darkened. Senior, your cultivation level is so much higher than mine. Aren't you embarrassed to fight 1? Nakayama of Scylla nodded. Of course I am. Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Xiao Xiao and Zhongshou appeared before Yi Xian's group of 3. Xiao Xiao glanced at Yang Nianxue, who was hiding behind Yi Xian. He had not forgotten the sword gleam in Yang Nianxue's hand. Xiao Xiao said solemnly, Miss, if you're willing to leave, we won't stop you. Yang Nianxue's eyes lit up. Really? Nakayama of Silla and Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Nianxue. Both of their faces were filled with astonishment. Yang Nianxue said seriously, "I'm just asking. I don't mean anything else." Yi Xian and Nakayama of Silla exchanged glances. Both of them were slightly flustered. Nakayama of Silla said softly, "Are you sure she's your biological sister?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "Most of the time, I'm not so sure." Nakayama of Silla was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao said, "Miss, if I'm not wrong, there's only one sword gleam left in your hand. Am I right?" Yang Nianxue remained silent. Xiao Xiao continued, "That sword gleam of yours is really powerful. We can't stop it. However, you can only kill one person, right?" Yang Nianxue's lips curled up slightly. "Then I'll kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm. An array of sword gleams suddenly flew out. The ray of sword gleam's target was Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he smelled the scent of death. If he were to stop that ray of sword gleam, he would definitely not be able to. Of course, he wouldn't do it himself. A corpse general appeared in front of Xiao Xiao, and then it smashed its fist forward. It was a head-on attack. Hiss. Everyone watched as the corpse general was obliterated. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao had fled over 30 kilometers away. A trace of fear appeared in Xiao Xiao's eyes for the first time when he saw the terrifying corpse general being obliterated just like that. He knew very well how terrifying the corpse general was. It could be said that even he couldn't do anything to it, because the corpse general's body was at the half-step inactivity realm. However, such a terrifying body had been slashed into pieces like tofu by that ray of sword gleam. That ray of sword gleam was actually so terrifying. A trace of fear arose in Xiao Xiao's heart, but it didn't take long for him to suppress it. At this moment, he had no way out. Xiao Xiao raised his head and looked towards the distance. A moment later, he was stunned. That woman was gone. It wasn't just Xiao Xiao. Yi Xian and Nakayama of Silla were stunned as well. Yang Nianxue had fled right after she shot that ray of sword gleam. She's fled. Yi Xian was quite stunned. That's his own sister. She fled just like that? Blood is thicker than water. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao gazed at Nakayama of Silla, and he spoke fiercely, "Kill him first." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 corpse generals charged at Nakayama of Silla. Nakayama of Silla's expression changed drastically. "Are you fucking mad?" Xiao Xiao stared fixedly at Nakayama of Silla. "I fucking hated the sight of you for a very long time." Compared to Yi Xian, he actually hated Nakayama of Silla even more. He felt that it was normal for Yi Xian to be shameless. After all, Yi Xian's strength was low, and he was like a child. So it was understandable for him to be shameless. But who was Nakayama of Silla? He was at the Taoist realm. However, he was so shameless and always spoke sarcastic words. He hated it. Xiao Xiao attacked Nakayama of Silla first. Meanwhile, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. But it didn't take long for his expression to turn gloomy, because there were 2 corpse generals in front of him. Moreover, Zhongshou and Xiao Xiaoyi were staring at him. Their main target was still him. Yi Xian glanced at Yan Bianshan, who was in Xiaota. At this moment, Yan Bianshan was like an old monk in meditation, and he didn't move at all. "I can't count on him at all," Xiao Xiao suddenly said. "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 corpse generals by his side charged at Yi Xian. A vicious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword suddenly flew out. Bang! A ray of light slashed against the corpse general in the lead, and the green profound sword was blasted away. However, a deep gash was left behind on the corpse general's body. Xiao Zhao's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. That sword was actually able to damage the corpse general's body. Meanwhile, the 3 corpse generals had charged over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and a sword and shield appeared in front of him. Bang! 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 The sword and shield shook violently, and then Yi Xian was blasted over 10 kilometers away. At the instant that his figure stopped, the sword and shield in front of him suddenly transformed into a ray of light that slashed forward. Bang! The corpse general that charged towards him was instantly stopped on the spot by the ray of light. But right at this moment, a fist suddenly appeared on Yi Xian's right, and it headed straight for his head with the intention of shattering his head. Yi Xian stomped his right foot on the ground and activated the sword domain. An expanse of light enveloped him and the corpse general. However, the light was instantly shattered as soon as it appeared. Bang! As soon as the light was shattered, Yi Xian's figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away. He'd just stopped when a terrifying force swept towards him. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. He issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword transformed into a shield that blocked in front of him once more. Bang! The shield shook violently, and then an expanse of light erupted. Yi Xian retreated explosively once more. However, while he was retreating, a corpse general had suddenly appeared in front of him, and then it smashed its fist towards Yi Xian's face. It hadn't utilized any spatial energy, and it was just the purest form of strength. Such strength might not pose much of a threat to an ordinary person. After all, that person could rely on spatial energy to resist it. However, such pure strength was extremely threatening to Yi Xian. At this critical moment, Yi Xian sensed the aura of death once more. Death. He hadn't sensed such an aura in a very long time. At this instant, Yi Xian suddenly started laughing. As soon as he started laughing, the blood within his body suddenly started seething. In an instant, his entire body was covered in blood. In the next moment, the entire sky had turned blood red like an ocean of blood, and it was extremely bloody. The energy of his bloodline. After a very long time, he'd activated his bloodline once more. As the power of the bloodline was activated, an extremely terrifying aura swept out from the field. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 1976. At the instant his bloodline energy was activated, Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and a ray of blood-red light slashed through the battlefield. Bang! In front of Yi Xian, the corpse general was sent flying thousands of feet away. When the corpse general came to a stop, its body split open. Xiao Xiao and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. They hadn't imagined that Yi Xian would actually have more trump cards. Bloodline energy. What sort of bloodline energy is that? It's actually able to improve Yi Xian's strength by so much. Xiao Xiao turned around to gaze at Zhong Shou with a gloomy expression. Are you still holding back at a time like this? Xiao Xiao had utilized practically all his trump cards up until this point. Yet now Yin Jie was still holding back. This caused him to be extremely displeased. Zhong Shou fell silent. Actually, he'd had the intention to retreat since the very beginning, because even the founding ancestor of the enforcement sect didn't dare offend this fellow. However, he knew that he and Yin Jie had no way out now. If he retreated and allowed Yi Xian to mature or Yan Bianshan to attain the inaction realm, then both his and Yin Jie's lives would be at Yin Jie's mercy. Xiao Xiao spoke indifferently. What? Do you think you still have a way out now? The hesitation in Zhong Shou's eyes vanished when he heard this. He opened his palm, and a strand of green smoke floated up into the air. In the next moment, the space in the surroundings started trembling violently, and it didn't take long for 12 white-robed old men to walk out from the surroundings. Xiao Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Divine General Yin. Divine General Yin. This was a mysterious team that Ancestor Yin Jie had established all those years ago. Supposedly, there were 36 of them, and 9 of them were even at the half-step inaction realm. Following which, along with the fall of the Cloud World Ancestor, this mysterious team also disappeared. Yet now they'd appeared once more. Even though there were only 12 of them, all 12 of them were at the peak of the Dallas realm. These were all veteran Dallas realm powerhouses. Be it their combat strength or their foundation, they were all top-notch. Along with the appearance of these 12 people, the situation had undergone a tremendous change. Crushing. In terms of lineups and numbers, Yin Jie and the law enforcement sect had completely crushed Yi Xian's side. On the other side, Nakayama of Silla and the Hidden Killer Pavilion Master's faces darkened. Based on the current lineup, the Hidden Killer's Pavilion and the Zhonglin Dao Nation had been completely crushed. This was especially so for the Hidden Killer Pavilion's Pavilion Master. He felt a headache coming on. His people were all assassins, and they were not good at fighting head-on. Up until now, he had already lost many assassins. If they continued fighting like this, they would all be wiped out. At this moment, Zhongshou suddenly looked at Yi Xian from afar. Kill! Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 divine generals charged at Yi Xian, and then over a dozen formidable auras swept through the surroundings like a tidal wave. For a time, space throughout the heavens and the earth had become illusory. Yi Xian, who'd activated his bloodline, frowned. At this moment, he still had a trace of consciousness. His face fell when he saw the 12 Taoist realm experts charge at him. Damn it! These old fellows don't care about martial virtue. They're actually ganging up on me. I have no choice but to go all out. Yi Xian was just about to attack when the space around him suddenly trembled. A moment later, 9 experts in golden armor suddenly appeared around Yi Xian, the Imperial Guard of the Lindao Nation. Meanwhile, Nakayama of Silla, who was being pressed down by 3 corpse generals, spoke abruptly. Little fellow, retreat for now and head to my Lindao Nation. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, will you cover our retreat? Nakayama of Silla replied, Of course. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, That's not a good idea, right? Nakayama of Silla spoke angrily. Then you cover our retreat. Yi Xian didn't even look back as he vanished into the distance. Senior, take care. Nakayama of Silla was speechless. A ferocious expression flashed through Xiao Zhao's eyes when he saw Yi Xian flee. Where do you think you're going? As he spoke, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. He drew his sword to decide life and death. An expanse of blood-red light shot out like a waterfall. Xiao Zhao's pupils constricted as he charged towards Yi Xian. However, he didn't retreat, and he smashed his fist forward instead. He was going head-on against Yi Xian. He knew how terrifying Yi Xian's sword was, and he would only suffer a worse fate if he retreated, because Yi Xian's sword was extremely swift. Bang! An expanse of sword light erupted, and Xiao Zhao retreated explosively for thousands of meters. As soon as he stopped moving, a flying sword suddenly slashed towards him. Xiao Zhao dodged to the side and avoided this lethal strike by a hair's breadth. However, his arms suddenly shattered into nothingness when he was about to continue chasing. Xiao Zhao's expression turned unsightly. Go after him. Don't let him escape to the Lindao Nation. He didn't know what trump cards the Lindao Nation had, but he didn't dare to underestimate them, because the ancestor of the Lindao Nation was Jun Daolin. Zhongshou and the others rushed out at the first possible moment. Meanwhile, the 2 corpse generals and divine generals Yun gave up on chasing Nakayama of Silla, and chased after Yi Xian. Nakayama of Silla heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, Yi Xian had fled to attract the enemy's firepower. Otherwise, he might not be able to hold on if this continued. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, a black-robed figure appeared by Nakayama of Silla's side. It was the Pavilion Master of the Hidden Killer Pavilion. The Pavilion Master spoke in a low voice. Nakayama of Silla, aren't you afraid that he'll be killed? Nakayama of Silla spoke softly. How could that be? He won't die even if we die. The Pavilion Master frowned slightly. Why? Nakayama of Silla spoke indifferently. Because he has someone backing him. The Pavilion Master was speechless. Nakayama of Silla glanced at the surroundings and said, Let's go. We'll wait for him at the Lindao Nation. As he spoke, he turned around and left. The Pavilion Master hesitated for a moment and said, Aren't you afraid that he'll be killed? Nakayama of Silla didn't even turn around. We'll make a huge profit if he doesn't die. If he dies, we won't lose out either because the person backing him will definitely avenge him. When the law enforcement sect in Yunjia kill him, it'll be the day they'll be annihilated. At that time, we'll also make a profit. The Pavilion Master said, We'll definitely make a profit? Nakayama of Silla nodded. Don't worry, Invikil. I asked you to protect this little guy. I won't cheat you. It won't be long before you and I reach the legendary inviolable state. After a moment of silence, Invikil said, I hope so. As he spoke, he paused and asked again. Up until now, the only people who have reached the inviolable state in the entire Dao nation's history are Jun Daolin and Dao Ling, who might reach the inviolable state. As for the person backing young Master Yi, in the distance, Nakayama of Silla stopped and spoke softly. That's why it's terrifying. Because it means that our Dao nation isn't at the peak of this universe. As he spoke, he turned around and left. Invakil fell silent. At the end of the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. He had already raised his speed to the limit. Because he had activated his bloodline and Qing Xian's sword, Xiao Xiao and the others couldn't catch up to him for a while. However, he didn't leave them behind either. Yi Xian's expression was extremely ugly. He realized that when he chose to escape, all the powerhouses chased after him. Behind him, there were a total of 39 Daoist realm powerhouses. 39. Among them, the Corpse Generals and Divine General Yun weren't ordinary Daoist realm powerhouses. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Xiao Ta, if Dad encountered such a situation, what would he do? Xiao Ta fell silent. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Don't play dead. Xiao Ta said, when Master encounters such a situation, he usually fights with his life. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, do you think I can win if I fight with my life on the line? Xiao Ta said, you can't win. Yi Xian asked, then do you have any ideas? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, based on the current situation, I suggest that you surrender, young master. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the space-time in front of Yi Xian suddenly split open. The next moment, an afterimage swept over. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Qing Xian sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Pst! Space-time tore open, and the afterimage was sent flying. And with that pause, Xiao Xiao and the others appeared in front of him. He was surrounded. Yi Xian looked at the dozens of Daoist realm powerhouses around him, and sighed inwardly. At this moment Xiao Xiao, who was in the lead, suddenly said, kill. No nonsense. He didn't want to give Yi Xian any chance. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly said, I surrender. Surrender. As soon as he said that, the powerhouses who were about to attack stopped. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly. Surrender? Yi Xian nodded. I can't win. I surrender. Xiao Xiao looked at Yi Xian. Since you surrender, then hand over the sword in your hand and Yan Bani. Yi Xian nodded. All right. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the Qing Xian sword flew to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at Yi Xian before holding the Qing Xian sword. The moment he held the Qing Xian sword, he frowned again. A wave of uneasiness silently spread from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xian said, aren't all of you curious about the person behind me? You can sense the person behind me through this sword. After looking at Yi Xian for a moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly let go of the Qing Xian sword. Why should I sense the person behind you? Yi Xian's expression froze. Xiao Xiao sneered. Yi Xian, you said that you surrendered on purpose, and then gave me the sword. Your goal is to make me use this sword to sense the person behind you, and then use that person to kill me. As he spoke up to this point, his expression turned gloomy. Do I look like an idiot to you? Huh. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it, this idiot doesn't play by the rules. Xiao Xiao put away the Qing Xian sword, and then he said, Yi Xian, I know that there's someone behind you, and I know that the person behind you is extremely strong. But let me tell you, you must die today. Unless you call the person behind you over right now. Otherwise, you're dead today. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Kill. As soon as he spoke, the powerhouses around him charged at Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and the blood in his body boiled. One person against over 30 Daoist realm powerhouses? It was absolutely impossible. Although his strength had grown very quickly, and with the Qing Xian sword, his combat strength could go head-on against Daoist realm powerhouses. However, there were dozens of Daoist realm powerhouses in front of him. How could he play this? Fight. Yi Xian knew that this was the only way out for him. Gradually, the aura around him grew stronger, and the hint of sobriety in his eyes faded bit by bit. At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Young lord, do you want to try to sense Sister Tianming? Yi Xian laughed. No. As soon as he said that, the last hint of sobriety in his eyes disappeared. He had completely entered a state of madness. Chapter 1977. Could he sense Qing? Actually, he could. Even others could, so why couldn't he? So long as he wanted to, he would definitely be able to contact Qing. Because Qing wouldn't reject him. However, he didn't want to do that. It was completely different for others to sense Qing, and him to sense Qing. If he tried to sense Qing, by himself, then he would have to rely on Qing, for his entire lifetime. Because once he encountered any difficulties, then he wouldn't think of a way to overcome them by himself, and he'd try to sense Qing, instead. If that happened, then he would be crippled. Because if that happened, then why would he need to cultivate? Wouldn't it be better to stay by Qing's side all the time? Moreover, so long as he was by Qing's side, then he would be invincible. So not taking the initiative to sense Qing was his bottom line. When his last trace of consciousness vanished. Bang! A terrifying aura suddenly swept out from within him. And then the space in the surroundings instantly started seething. He issued a command in his heart, and then countless blood-red swords of energy shot out from behind him. Divine General Yin, who was charging at the front, suddenly raised his arm to block them. Bang! The sword energy arrived before him, and its formidable force blasted him flying over 1 kilometer away. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Soul!" In the distance, the expression of Xiao Xiao, who was about to attack, changed drastically. A sword howl resounded from within him. A moment later, Soul charged through his seal, and then it transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot into Yi Xian's grasp. Xiao Xiao was astounded when he witnessed this scene. That sword was actually able to charge through his seal? Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed forward with the azure sword in hand, and a ray of sword light shot out like a waterfall. The corpse general that was charging at the front was directly flying, and it flew 30 kilometers away. When it finally came to a stop, its body had actually split into countless pieces. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Even that corpse general couldn't resist Yi Xian's sword? For a time, the Daoless realm experts actually didn't dare to move, because Yi Xian's attack just now was equivalent to instantly killing a corpse general. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to be covered in blood. The space-time he was in was like a sea of blood. Powerful auras surged out from his body. Most importantly, his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Xiao said in a low voice, "His aura is growing stronger and stronger. It means that he's utilizing a secret technique. And such a technique is usually unable to last for long. We just have to delay him for a while, and then he'll definitely die." Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. The current Yi Xian was completely abnormal. He was overdrafting his own strength, and this kind of overdraft usually couldn't last for too long. As long as they delayed, Yi Xian would definitely die. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared on the forehead of a Divine General Yin in the distance. Qi. A stream of blood shot out from the back of Divine General Yin's head. Everyone was astounded. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. The Qingxian sword had returned to his hand, and at this moment, the Qingxian sword in his hand was trembling slightly. This was because the Qingxian sword had absorbed the divine soul of Divine General Yin. Meanwhile, Zhongshu suddenly spoke fiercely, "Die!" As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a golden mirror appeared in his grasp. A moment later, he flipped his palm, and the golden mirror suddenly shone towards Yi Xian. After that, a golden beam of light surged out and shot towards Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian swung his sword backhandedly. Bang! The golden beam of light instantly shattered and transformed into nothingness. Zhongshu was stunned by this scene. "It's gone just like that?" Zhongshu glanced at the mirror in his hand. It was Yun Jie's #1 divine artifact, the Divine Cloud Mirror. If he utilized it, then even a Daoless realm expert would find it difficult to resist its might. But this fellow had actually shattered it with a single swing of his sword? The expressions of Xiao Xiao and the others had become extremely unsightly. because Yi Xian's strength had actually risen to such an extent. Most importantly, this fellow's aura was still rising explosively as if it had no limit. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke in a low voice. Wait! He's definitely going to be unable to hold on any longer. Zhongshou hesitated for a moment and said, should we attack him together? He'll definitely die if we attack him together. Xiao Xiao shook her head. Even though we can kill him if we attack him together, his current strength and that sword in his possession can definitely be exchanged for many of us. That's too much of a loss. We just have to delay him a little longer. At that time, we don't even have to do anything because he'll be finished by himself. Zhongshou gazed at Yi Xian while his brows knit together slightly. Actually, he was quite uneasy right now, because up until now, Yi Xian's aura was still rising explosively. Most importantly, this fellow didn't seem to be on the verge of suffering backlash. However, he knew that he would definitely suffer backlash if he utilized such a secret technique. When he thought up to here, Zhongshou spoke in a low voice. Everyone set up the formation. As he spoke, he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao shook her head once more. There's no need to set up the formation. That sword of his can disregard space, so space-time formations are utterly useless against him. We just have to keep our distance from him, and all of us can attack together to stop his flying sword when he attacks. The others nodded in agreement. Presently, they didn't want to go head-on against Yi Xian as well, because Yi Xian was simply a madman, an abnormal madman. Most importantly, his sword was extremely terrifying. The first person to attack him had a very high chance of dying. No one was confident in their ability to resist a single strike of Yi Xian's sword at this moment. On the other hand, Yi Xian had no intention of attacking in the distance. He just stood there as if he was waiting for something. Yi Xian held the green profound sword in his right hand, and it had transformed into a blood-red sword. The green profound sword wasn't a sword spirit, so it was able to keep his mind clear. At this moment, he'd entered a completely berserk state. However, he didn't attack, and he was waiting. No one knew what he was waiting for. Meanwhile, Zhongshou suddenly said, retreat. Because the space before them had actually turned blood red. And even they were affected by the killing intent and evil energy within it. All of them retreated over 10 kilometers when they heard this. However, they'd surrounded Yi Xian, so it was utterly impossible for Yi Xian to flee now. Just like that, time passed slowly. Yi Xian's aura was still rising explosively, but he still showed no signs of suffering backlash. The expressions of Zhongshou and the others grew more and more unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Zhongshou suddenly said, Sect Master Xiao, let your corpse general hold him back for now, and then we'll attack together to kill him. What do you think? Xiao Xiao fell silent. With Yi Xian's current strength, if the corpse general attacked him, then he would most likely be killed. Moreover, he might even lose more than one corpse general. Presently, the law enforcement sect didn't have many corpse generals left. If they lost even more. Meanwhile, Zhongshou spoke solemnly. Sect Master Xiao, how about this? I'll send out Divine General Yun, and you send out a corpse general. 2 peak Daoless realm experts will be enough to hold him back. So long as we can hold him back, then we'll be able to kill him. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen if this continues. Xiao Xiao glanced at Yi Xian, who didn't move, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he issued a command in his heart, and a corpse general charged at Yi Xian. At the same time, another Divine General Yin charged over as well. However, he was slightly smarter, and he'd slowed down on purpose. At the instant that Divine General Yun and the Corpse General charged over, Xiao Xiao and the others immediately attacked as well. Just as the Corpse General was about to reach Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. In the next moment, before anyone could react, a beam of sword light slashed at the Corpse General. Bang! The Corpse General was instantly obliterated. Right at this instant, the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly vanished. At the same time, a blood-red armor appeared around his body. The armor protected his entire body. At practically the exact same moment, countless powerful strands of energy drowned Yi Xian. Rumble, rumble, rumble. For a time, the entire heavens and the earth shook violently. How terrifying was it when a few dozen Daolist realm experts attacked in unison. In an instant, the area where Yi Xian stood had been transformed into a pitch-black vortex, and the space where he stood had been obliterated. It didn't take long for Xiao Xiao and the others to be stunned, because they noticed that while the space where Yi Xian stood had been obliterated, Yi Xian was still alive. He was still alive. Zhongshou gazed at Yi Xian with disbelief. How could this be possible? Xiao Zhao's eyes were filled with disbelief as well, and his hands had started to tremble. It was a full-force attack from a few dozen Daolist realm experts. But this fellow actually resisted it? What sort of monster is he? Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Along with his disappearance, a blood-red sword light flashed through the battlefield. Hiss! One of the divine General Yun's brows were pierced through by a sword before he could even react. Meanwhile, all of them reacted to what had happened. Zhongshou roared furiously. Kill him! Kill him! Upon hearing this, all the powerhouses present charged towards Yi Xian again. Suddenly, the sword in Yi Xian's hand transformed into a blood-red armor that enveloped his body. Rumble! Yi Xian was blasted by countless strands of energy again, and the space around him was obliterated. They were about to attack again when a terrifying force suddenly appeared here. The expressions of Zhongshou and the others changed drastically, and they stopped what they were doing. They raised their heads and saw bolts of blood-red divine lightning suddenly appear in the sky. All of them were horrified by this scene, and they retreated explosively. The laws. Xiao Xiao and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. They'd actually forgotten that this expanse of space was covered in the energy of the laws that Jun Daolin had left behind. So long as they destroyed this expanse of space, then they would trigger the restrictions that Jun Daolin had left behind. But they'd actually forgotten about that just now. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao spoke furiously. Retreat! Don't utilize any profound energy at all. Let Yi Xian deal with those laws. All of them retreated in unison, and then they restrained their auras. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly stood on the spot, and then his aura vanished. Moreover, it was like he didn't exist at all, and all of them dared to say that they couldn't sense him. Xiao Xiao was on the verge of exploding with rage when she witnessed this scene. Have you really gone mad or are you faking it? All of them were speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao suddenly sighed softly. Even though the young master has gone mad, he's still wretched to the core. But he's still wretched in his bones. Chapter 1978. Is he really mad or is he faking it? Actually, Yi Xian had really gone mad right now. But just as Xiao Ta had said, while he was mad, he was still a wretched person in his bones. However, he was still wretched in his bones. This was completely an instinct. Even a lunatic would have instincts. Meanwhile, the aura of the blood-red divine lightning in the sky was growing stronger, and it was so strong that it filled them with despair. It was the energy of the laws of peerless realm experts. Even if countless years had passed, it was still so strong that it filled them with despair. This was what an peerless realm expert was like. Xiao Xiao and the others gazed at the blood-red divine lightning, and besides fear, there was a trace of yearning in their eyes. Their lifelong pursuit was the peerless realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing there without moving, but his aura was still rising explosively. It really seemed like there was no limit to it. Xiao Zhao's expression turned unsightly when he witnessed this scene. Is this fellow's bloodline really immune to backlash? Zhongshou suddenly spoke solemnly. His bloodline is. How terrifying. He's absolutely not an ordinary person. Xiao Zhao's expression was gloomy. I know he's not an ordinary person, but so what? Do we have a way out now? Zhongshou fell silent. Actually, they had no way out since a very long time ago. If they cut off all means of retreat now, then they might have a chance at survival. When he thought up to here, Zhongshou spoke solemnly. What should we do now? Xiao Xiao raised his head to glance at the energy of the laws, and then he said, We'll wait for the laws to vanish. Zhongshou was just about to speak when the divine lightning suddenly rained down from the sky. Their targets were everyone here, including Yi Xian. Everyone who'd attacked just now. The expressions of everyone here instantly changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Xiao Xiao roared furiously. Retreat for now. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately led the others to turn around and flee. As for Yi Xian, he was fleeing as well. However, the divine lightning seemed to have a mind of its own as it chased after them at an extremely fast speed. All the Dallas realm experts here were terrified out of their wits when they witnessed this scene. And then they fled desperately towards the distance. Yi Xian fled even faster, but he was still caught up by a blood-colored divine lightning. He suddenly turned around, and the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield in front of him. Rumble! The blood-colored divine lightning struck the green profound sword, causing it to tremble violently. Boom! Yi Xian was blasted hundreds of thousands of meters away along with his shield. As soon as he stopped moving, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Moreover, his body had even split apart. However, his sword and shield were still intact. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. The bolt of blood-red lightning hadn't vanished, and it was chasing after him again. A trace of malevolence flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. He opened his palm, and the azure profound sword appeared in his hand. He dashed forward and slashed down with his sword. Chi! A blood-red sword light slashed down, and directly slashed the divine lightning. Bang! The sword light exploded into pieces while Yi Xian was blasted over 100 m away. When his figure finally stopped, he'd fallen into a spatial abyss. As soon as he entered the spatial abyss, countless strands of terrifying energy swept towards him like waves, and they were about to drown him. Yi Xian didn't dodge, and allowed them to drown him. Bang! The spatial abyss seethed, but Yi Xian was completely fine. Meanwhile, the bolt of divine lightning didn't pursue him. It just stopped outside the spatial abyss, and it gradually started to vanish bit by bit as if it hadn't sensed Yi Xian's presence. As soon as the bolt of divine lightning vanished, Yi Xian charged forward. On the other side, because Xiao Zhao's group had come to an end as well, more than half of Xiao Zhao's group had perished. All the corpse generals had been annihilated. All of them had been annihilated, because at the last moment of crisis, Xiao Xiao had gotten all the corpse generals to block in front of him. He had no choice but to do so. If he hadn't done so, he might have died. Yun Jie's group had also suffered heavy losses. More than half of them had perished, and Divine General Yin only had 2 left. Originally, both sides had 39 Dallas Realm experts, but now, there were less than 10 of them left. Xiao Zhao's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Zhongshou's face was ashen. We're finished. Xiao Xiao said fiercely. Kill that Yi Xian. Zhongshou roared. How are we going to kill him? Xiao Xiao said. Do you think he can withstand that divine lightning? Hearing that, Zhongshou's brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Xiao clenched his fists tightly. That divine lightning was left behind by Jun Daolin. It contains powerful law energy. Even a peak Dallas realm expert can't withstand it. Right at this moment, his voice stopped abruptly because the head of an expert from the enforcement sect had fallen slowly to the ground not too far away from him. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had appeared not too far away from them. As for Yi Xian, he was perfectly fine. Xiao Xiao instantly went mad when he witnessed this scene. You. How could you possibly? Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss. A ray of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield like a thunderclap. Xiao Zhao's pupils constricted. He didn't retreat but charged forward instead, and then he smashed his fist towards Yi Xian's sword. He went head-on against it. As soon as his fist and sword collided, bang! Along with a world-shaking explosion, both of them retreated explosively at the same time. Moreover, when Xiao Xiao stopped moving, his entire right arm had transformed into nothingness. The expressions of Zhongshou and the others instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao roared furiously. What are all of you looking at? Fight him to the death. All of them recovered from their shock when they heard Xiao Xiao, and a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Zhongshou's eyes. Kill. As soon as he spoke, all of them charged at Yi Xian. At this moment, they couldn't be bothered about anything else. Either you die, or I die. Let's go all out. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, suddenly turned around and ran. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon, leaving only a sea of blood behind him. All of them were stunned when they witnessed this scene. That fellow ran. He ran? He's not going to fight anymore? Zhongshou and the others felt extremely aggrieved. It was like their punches had struck cotton. Suddenly, a ray of blood-red light flashed. Hiss. The head of one of the Taoist realm experts flew into the air, while blood sprayed over 10 m away. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically. All of them turned around to look at the ray of blood-red light that had vanished in the distance. He killed Qinshi and fled. The expressions of the Taoist realm experts were unsightly to the extreme when they witnessed this scene. Of course, there was even more fear in their hearts right now. At this moment, they were truly terrified. In the beginning, Yi Xian was only barely able to fight a Taoist realm expert. But now, Yi Xian could instantly kill a Taoist realm expert. Most importantly, Yi Xian's aura was still rising explosively. If this continues, then this fellow will probably even be able to kill a half-step in action realm expert. Their expressions grew even more unsightly when they thought up to this point. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao spoke ferociously, Hill. As he spoke up to this point, a ray of light suddenly appeared here. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically. Zhongshou suddenly turned around and pressed his palms together. Bang! A sword was clamped between his palms, but it only took a moment for his palms to shatter. Meanwhile, the experts by his side attacked in unison. Rumble! An afterimage was blasted over 10 kilometers away. It was Yi Xian. As soon as he was blasted flying, Yi Xian turned around and flashed away, and he vanished into the horizon. He ran again. Zhongshou's face was as red as a pig's liver. The surroundings suddenly fell deathly silent. What should we do? They didn't want to think about it, but they were helpless against Yi Xian now. No one could resist Yi Xian's current attack. Meanwhile, Zhongshou gazed at Xiao Xiao. Think of a way. All of them looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao remained silent for a long time, and then he gazed at Zhongshou. Can you still summon your ancestor? Zhongshou spoke solemnly. I can. But I'm worried that. Xiao Xiao shook his head. There's nothing we can do. Only a half-step in action realm expert can suppress him. Otherwise, we'll be exhausted to death if this continues. Meanwhile, a Taoist realm expert spoke abruptly. Will he really not suffer backlash? Everyone's faces fell once more. Backlash. A long time had passed since the beginning, but Yi Xian showed no signs of suffering from backlash. Conversely, this guy was becoming fiercer and fiercer. Xiao Xiao fell silent. In fact, he didn't understand it either. Up until now, Yi Xian showed no signs of suffering from backlash. Conversely, Yi Xian's strength had increased by countless times. What kind of bloodline is this? Most disgusting of all was that Yi Xian seemed like a madman, but he wasn't mad at all. Meanwhile, Zhongshou suddenly opened his palm, and a token appeared in his hand. Immediately after that, the token floated up slowly and transformed into a wisp of green smoke that vanished into the horizon. Bang! Meanwhile, a figure appeared in the sky, and it gradually became material. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man appeared within their fields of vision. Zhongshou and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw the middle-aged man. Greetings, martial ancestor. The founder of Yinjie, Yinmingzi. At his peak he was at half-step inanimate realm. Although it was only half-step, it was already very terrifying. There was still a world of difference between Taoist realm and half-step inanimate realm. At this moment, Yinmingzi looked down at Zhongshou with an expressionless face. What's wrong? Zhongshou bowed respectfully, and then recounted what had happened. When Zhongshou finished, Yinmingzi narrowed his eyes slightly. That Yi Xian has Daoling's inheritance? Zhongshou hurriedly said. Yes. Hearing that, the corners of Yinmingzi's mouth lifted slightly. Interesting, interesting. He actually has Daoling's inheritance, and this Daoling. At this point, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. I never thought that someone in the future could reach inanimate realm. Zhong Shou and the others didn't dare to speak. At this moment, Yun Mengzi looked into the distance and said indifferently, still hiding. As soon as he said that, he grabbed the air with his right hand. With this grab, the space-time there suddenly distorted, and the next moment, a blood-colored sword light tore through the air. Seeing this scene, Yun Mengzi's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Trying to escape in front of me? As soon as he said that, he took a step forward. Chapter 1979. Yun Mengzi took a step forward, and the space in the distance suddenly split apart. A ray of blood-red light shattered, and then a figure retreated explosively. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian retreated for over 100 kilometers before he stopped, and Yun Mengzi appeared in front of him as soon as he stopped. Yun Mengzi frowned slightly as he looked at Yi Xian. Uneasy. A trace of uneasiness had actually arisen in the depths of his heart when he saw Yi Xian. Moreover, the stronger his killing intent was, the stronger this trace of uneasiness was. He's not simple. Yun Mengzi looked at Yi Xian and didn't attack for a while. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao and the others had arrived. When they saw that Yun Mengzi didn't attack, Xiao Xiao and Zhong Shou's expressions became slightly unsightly. They were worried. Both of them were slightly worried that Yun Mengzi would betray them like the ancestor of the law enforcement sect. Suddenly Yun Mengzi chuckled. Interesting. He's actually able to make me feel threatened. As he spoke, a wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes. However, I like to do the opposite. He took a step forward as soon as he finished speaking. As soon as his foot touched the ground, an extremely dreadful force suddenly crushed down from the top of Yi Xian's head. Meanwhile, Yi Xian opened his palm. OM. A ray of sword light shot into the sky. Hiss. The sword tore through the sky, and the powerful force was instantly shattered. Yun Mengzi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang. Yi Xian was punched into a mysterious origin of space and time. When he fell into the mysterious abyss of space and time, a black space-time divine thunder suddenly struck him. Yi Xian didn't dodge. Bang. The bolt of space-time lightning entered the green profound sword, and was completely absorbed. Yun Mengzi frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Zhong Shou hurriedly said, Martial ancestor, that sword in his hand can disregard space. Sword. Yun Mengzi looked at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. A moment later, a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. This sword is indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, he spread out his right hand and pressed down lightly. In an instant, the space where Yi Xian was turned into a huge space-time net. Seeing this scene, Zhong Shou and Xiao Zhao's expressions became slightly unsightly. Damn it, I already said this fellow can ignore space-time, but this Yun Mengzi actually wants to use space-time to deal with Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian still did not dodge. He allowed the space-time net to envelop him. Without any mishap, he absorbed it cleanly. A look of surprise flashed in Yun Mengzi's eyes. It really can ignore any space-time. Interesting. Zhong Shou hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Grandmaster, this person's bloodline is extremely special. The longer it lasts, the stronger he becomes. What he meant was, hurry up and King kill him. Yun Mengzi gazed at Zhong Shou. Are you teaching me how to do things? His voice was icy cold and pierced through the heart. Zhong Shou's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. Yun Mengzi glanced at Zhong Shou, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. He was about to speak when a blood-red sword stabbed towards him like a thunderclap. A trace of disdain flashed in Yun Mengzi's eyes, and then he clamped his fingers together. Bang. The green profound sword was clamped, but in the next moment his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly let go of the green profound sword before retreating explosively. Because at the instant he clamped Yi Xian's sword, the green profound sword was actually absorbing him. It can even devour souls? A trace of disbelief flashed in Yun Mengzi's eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Xian appeared in front of him once more, and then a sword slashed down from above his head. His space-time was torn apart. A wisp of ruthlessness flashed in Yun Mengzi's eyes. He flicked his sleeve, and a powerful force surged out. Bang. That force forcefully resisted Yi Xian's green profound sword. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously. Bang! A wave of monstrous killing intent and evil energy instantly enveloped Yun Mengzi, and the impact of the powerful killing intent and evil energy caused Yun Mengzi's mind to become dazed. However, it was at this instant that Yi Xian's green profound sword suddenly entered Yun Mengzi's head. Yun Mengzi was stunned. Zhong Shou and the others were stunned as well. It's gone just like that? Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly retreated over 100 m, while his green profound sword was madly devouring Yun Mengzi's soul. Yun Mengzi gazed at Yi Xian with a savage expression. Just you wait. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly gave him the middle finger. Yun Mengzi instantly went berserk, and he roared like a wild beast. Ant! How dare you look down on me? The green profound sword suddenly trembled violently, and then it completely absorbed Yun Mengzi's soul. After it absorbed Yun Mengzi's soul, the green profound sword directly transformed into a sword light and returned to Yi Xian's hand. It's gone. At the side, Zhong Shou and the others were silent. Yi Xian's strength was growing every moment, and there really was no limit. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Zhong Shou and the others, and a trace of fear flashed in Zhong Shou's eyes. Retreat. He didn't want to fight anymore, because he couldn't win. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhong Shou led the remaining experts of Yunjia and turned to flee. However, Xiao Xiao didn't flee. Xiao Xiao just stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I know you're not crazy, and I also know that I will die without a doubt. Before I die, I want to see the person behind you. This request. Qi. A blood sword suddenly pierced through his brows, and a stream of blood spurted out from the back of his head. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Not worthy. With that, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the distance. The green profound sword crazily devoured Xiao Zhao's soul. And a moment later, the green profound sword suddenly turned into a sword light and disappeared into the distance. Xiao Xiao no longer existed in this world. Yi Xian didn't chase after Zhong Shou and the others, but directly went to the law enforcement sect. At this moment, the law enforcement sect was in chaos, because just a moment ago, the sect leader's soul tablet had shattered, which meant that the sect leader had died. Not only that, all the Dallas realm experts who went out were also gone. Some sharp-eyed ones had already fled, but there were still some who didn't. On this day, a blood sword suddenly flew into the law enforcement sect, and the next moment, a series of miserable screams rang out. Yi Xian stood in the sky above the law enforcement sect, his eyes closed, and waves of blood gushed out from his body. Soon, the sky above the law enforcement sect was turned into a sea of blood. At this moment, Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Young lord, are you crazy?" In fact, Xiao Tao also couldn't figure out whether Yi Xian was crazy or not. If you said he was crazy, he was very cunning and even knew how to mock people, but if you said he was not crazy, he could feel that Yi Xian had completely activated the power of bloodline. Yi Xian didn't respond to Xiao Tao, his eyes closed, and if you looked closely, you could see that his body was trembling slightly. Xiao Tao continued to ask, "Young lord, are you really crazy or pretending to be crazy?" At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Tao appeared in his hand. Xiao Tao hurriedly said, "You, young lord, what are you doing?" He knew how terrifying the crazy demon bloodline was, and when his master activated the bloodline, he really didn't recognize his own family. Yi Xian didn't attack, and he just looked at Xiao Tao. His eyes were like a sea of blood, and it was extremely terrifying. When he saw that Yi Xian didn't intend to attack, Xiao Tao relaxed, and he was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly punched Xiao Tao. Bang! Xiao Tao was blasted thousands of meters away. Ah! A shrill cry resounded from the distant sky. At this moment, Yi Xian vanished on the spot, and in the next moment he punched Xiao Tao again. Bang! Xiao Tao flew out again. In the sky, Xiao Tao said angrily, "Young lord, are you really crazy or pretending to be crazy?" There was no answer. Yi Xian chased after Xiao Tao and beat him up. About 15 minutes later, Yi Xian finally stopped. In the sky, Xiao Tao hit at the side and shivered. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew into his hand. The green profound sword was blood red. Below, there was no one left alive in the entire law enforcement sect. Sect annihilation. Yi Xian kept the green profound sword and turned into a blood red sword ray, disappearing at the end of the sky. But very quickly, he turned back and appeared in front of Xiao Ta, and then kept Xiao Ta into his body. Then he turned into a blood red sword ray, disappearing at the end of the sky. In Yi Xian's body, Xiao Ta was confused. Damn. Young lord, are you crazy? Yi Xian did not answer. Xiao Ta was a little annoyed. This young lord might not be crazy. Could it be that I got beaten up for nothing? Should I kill my young lord? Thinking of this, Xiao Ta was shocked by himself. Recently he seemed to be a little arrogant. Daolin Nation. Nakayama of Silla stood on the city wall. He looked at the sky, and his whole person was a little dazed. Yi Xian killed dozens of Daolist realm experts. This was the news he had just received. Nakayama of Silla was silent. Originally, he thought that the person behind Yi Xian would definitely appear, but he did not expect that the person behind Yi Xian did not appear at all. And Yi Xian alone killed those Daolist realm experts. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, Invicil appeared, and he said in a deep voice, "The law enforcement sect is gone." Nakayama of Silla said softly, "He destroyed it." Invicil nodded. "He went to Yunjia now." Nakayama of Silla was silent. Invicil was also silent. At this moment he was feeling lucky. In fact, he had wanted to kill Yi Xian at the beginning, and he wanted to intercept the law enforcement sect and Yunjia. He wanted to kill Yi Xian first, and then obtain Yi Xian and Yan Bianshan's inheritance. However, Nakayama of Silla convinced him. Fortunately, he did not do that, or the Invicil pavilion would disappear completely. Invicil looked at Nakayama of Silla. "What should we do next?" Nakayama of Silla laughed. "The law enforcement sect is destroyed, their territory." "Haha." Invicil hesitated, and then said, "That was destroyed by young Master Yi. It's not good for us to go and take it, right?" Nakayama of Silla laughed. "That's easy. We will occupy the territory, and then give him the Supreme God Crystal." Invicil nodded slightly. "All right." Nakayama of Silla was about to speak, but at this moment, a shadow appeared in front of him. It was unknown what the shadow said, but Nakayama of Silla's pupils suddenly shrank. "There's a change." Chapter 1980. There's a change. Invicil frowned slightly when he heard Nakayama of Silla's words. "What's wrong?" Nakayama of Silla was silent for a moment before a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. "Let's go." After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. Invicil hesitated for a moment before he followed. Yunjia. Yunjia was located in the clouds. Back then, ancestor Yunjia used the clouds to comprehend Tao, so he created Yunjia in the clouds. In the era of Yunmengzi, Yunjia was number 1. Back then, Yunmengzi was actually an extraordinary genius as well. He had a chance to reach the inaction state as well. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to break through the last level. Even so, he was still known as the number 1 person after Jun Daolin, until Daoling appeared. Back then, Yunmengzi was known as the number 1 under the inaction realm. On this day, a blood-red light suddenly appeared above Yunjia. Inside Yunjia, Zhongshou looked up at the sky. A man stood in the sky. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian's aura was still growing. Seeing this, Zhongshou's expression became extremely ugly. Will this guy really not suffer from the backlash? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a blood-red sword slashed down from the sky. Zhongshou's expression changed drastically. Formation. As soon as he said that, the surrounding clouds suddenly gathered to form a huge cloud shield above everyone. The sword slashed down. Boom. The cloud shield shook violently, but it didn't break. Zhongshou and the others immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, another blood-red sword slashed down. Boom. With a deafening sound, the cloud shield shook violently and then cracked. Seeing this scene, the faces of Zhongshou and the others instantly darkened. In the sky, Yi Xian swung his sword madly, and the cracks on the cloud shield became bigger and bigger. Zhongshou suddenly roared, "Killing array." As soon as he finished speaking, beams of light shot into the sky and blasted straight at Yi Xian. In the sky, Yi Xian willed, and the green profound sword suddenly turned into a sword shield in front of him. Boom 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 boom. The sword and shield trembled violently, but it forcibly blocked all the light pillars. Seeing this scene, Zhongshu's eyes flashed with malevolence. Continue. As soon as he finished speaking, countless powerful forces shot into the sky from below and blasted straight at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yunjie activated all the formations. In the sky, Yi Xian stood behind the sword and shield, allowing the powerful forces to strike the green profound sword. The two sides were in a deadlock. Gradually, the faces of Zhongshu and the other experts of Yunjie darkened. Because activating these formations consumed a huge amount of energy, and if this continued, then Yunjie wouldn't be able to hold on at all. Once the formations were gone, then would anyone be able to stop Yi Xian from charging down? Zhongshu stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who stood in the sky, and he clenched his fists tightly. He was panicking. At this moment, he really had started to panic. Because if this continued, then Yunjie would definitely be unable to hold on. Once Yunjie was unable to hold on, then no one would be able to stop Yi Xian's sword. Meanwhile, Zhongshu spoke abruptly. Use all the resources of the sect to maintain the formations. One of the experts by his side stepped back when he heard this. Zhongshu looked up at Yi Xian, and then he said, Yi Xian, I know you're not mad. I want to talk to you. In the sky, Yi Xian didn't speak, and he just stood behind his sword and shield. Zhongshu continued. Yi Xian, continuing to fight will only cause both sides to suffer. Moreover, I can tell you that my founding ancestor, Yunjie Yunmengzi, hasn't perished. If you go too far. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and disappeared into the horizon. He ran. Zhongshu was stunned when he witnessed this scene. This fellow is willing to make peace? It didn't take long for him to deny such a foolish thought. Yi Xian had just annihilated the enforcement sect, so based on Yi Xian's character, how could he possibly make peace? Meanwhile, one of the experts of Yunjie spoke in a low voice. Sect leader, should we withdraw the formations or not? Zhongshu's expression suddenly became unsightly when he heard this. He had already figured out Yi Xian's intentions. Yi Xian was retreating in order to advance. If Yi Xian retreated, then they would face a problem. Should they withdraw the formations or not? If they didn't withdraw, the formations would consume a huge amount of energy, and Yunjie wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Because Yunjie had activated all the formations. Once they withdrew, what should they do if Yi Xian suddenly turned back? Once the formation was gone, who would be able to stop Yi Xian? To withdraw or not to withdraw? Zhongshu was in a dilemma. The experts of Yunjie understood this as well, and they immediately fell into silence. Zhongshu glanced at the sky and released his divine sense. In the next moment, his expression changed. He sensed a vicious and murderous intent. Yi Xian is still here. They couldn't withdraw the formations. If they withdrew the formations, Yi Xian would definitely return and kill them. At that time, Yunjie would be finished. Zhongshu said fiercely, Everyone, I've received news that the ancestral master will arrive soon. As long as we hold on for a while, Yi Xian will definitely die. At this time, one of the experts of Yunjie said in a low voice, Realm Lord, if the person behind Yi Xian appears. Zhongshu turned around and roared. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? The expert of Yunjie was dumbfounded. On the other side, Yi Xian stood quietly among the clouds. His eyes were slightly closed, and the clouds around him had turned blood red. Yi Xian just stood there, and no one knew what he was going to do. Xiaota dared not speak. When Yi Xian was normal, it dared to be mischievous. But now Yi Xian was obviously not normal. If it dared to be mischievous, it would definitely be beaten up. However, it firmly believed that Yi Xian was pretending to be crazy, because when Yi Xian hit it, he used his fists instead of the Qingxian sword. One should know that the Qingxian sword could hurt its core, but Yi Xian did not use it. Obviously, Yi Xian was pretending to be crazy, but it dared not say it. It was afraid of being beaten up. A person who was really crazy was not scary. What was scary was a person who was pretending to be crazy. However, it was also a little curious. How could this young master remain conscious after completely activating his bloodline? Could it be that the young master's bloodline was not pure? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the space-time in front of him turned blood red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the space-time in front of him turned into a sea of blood. Yi Xian turned around, and with this turn, the entire sky turned into a sea of blood. Not long after, Yi Xian appeared in the sky above Yunjie again. Seeing Yi Xian again, Zhongshou and the others' faces instantly turned ugly. Damn it! This idiot is here again. Just as Zhongshou was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly turned into a sword light and slashed at him. Zhongshou's eyelid twitched, and he quickly said, "Defend." As soon as he said that, countless light pillars shot up from within Yunjie. This time, Yi Xian did not defend but rushed forward. Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. Hiss! One of the light pillars was directly split into two, but in the next moment, countless light pillars directly drowned him. Boom! Yi Xian was blasted thousands of meters away. Seeing this, Zhongshou and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Hiss! A blood-red sword light shot down from the sky. Boom! A light pillar was directly slashed into pieces, but countless light pillars continued to rush up from within Yunjie. Therefore, after Yi Xian slashed a light pillar, he would be drowned by countless light pillars in the next moment. But this time, Yi Xian actually did not retreat, and continued to slash madly. Gradually, the faces of Zhongshou and the others became more and more unsightly, because they noticed that Yi Xian was advancing. Although it was very slow, he was advancing bit by bit. Zhongshou stared at Yi Xian, his hands were clenched tightly, and his hands were trembling. At this time, an expert of Yunjie who was beside him said miserably, "Realm Lord, what should we do?" If this continued, sooner or later, Yi Xian would break the formation and rush into Yunjie. After a moment of silence, Zhongshou said, "All of you leave. Leave." When they heard this, the experts of the cloud world were stunned. Zhongshou said softly, "Let's go." An expert of Yunjie said in a low voice, "Then Realm Lord you." Zhongshou chuckled. "His target has always been me." Everyone was silent. Zhongshou said again, "Hurry up and leave." In the field, the experts of Yunjie looked at each other. No one moved. Zhongshou looked at everyone. "If you can survive, rebuild Yunjie in the future. Dying here now is meaningless, understand?" Everyone looked at each other again. They were still hesitant. At this time, Yi Xian was about to enter Yunjie. Seeing this, no one hesitated anymore. They turned around and left. Zhongshou looked up at Yi Xian in the sky. He slowly clenched his right hand, and a powerful force gathered in his palm. At this moment, as a beam of blood-red light erupted, the beam of light in the sky was completely shattered by Yi Xian. The whole sky was a mess. Most importantly, Yi Xian controlled his force very well. He did not destroy the space-time of this universe, so he did not attract Jun Daolin's law. In the sky, Yi Xian slowly walked down with the blood sword in his hand. Below, Zhongshou laughed. "Yi Xian, come." As soon as he said this, he suddenly leaped up into the sky with a powerful force. In the sky, Yi Xian suddenly stopped, and then he took a step forward, and with each step he took, he slashed with his sword. In the sky, Zhongshou's body froze in the air, and Yi Xian had appeared behind him. Yi Xian opened his palm and continued walking down. Behind him, Zhongshou's eyes were dull. He had not expected Yi Xian's strength to grow to such an extent in such a short period of time. He was led into a trap by Xiao Xiao. The color in Zhongshou's eyes gradually disappeared, and at this time he seemed to see something. And his eyes suddenly opened wide, and he became excited. Below, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his hand. He turned to look at the sky, and in the distant sky, a middle-aged man was slowly walking over. This person was none other than Yin Mingzi. This time it was not a clone, nor was it a strand of soul, but his real body. His real body had arrived. At this time, Zhongshou suddenly laughed. "Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Your death is here. Haha. You." At this time, a sword suddenly pierced through the back of his head, and then into his mouth. His voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 1981. Yi Xian walked over to Zhongshou, turned around and drew his sword. Hiss! The green profound sword was pulled out of Zhongshou's mouth, and a stream of blood sprayed out. At the same time, Zhongshou's soul was devoured by the green profound sword. Yin Mingzi walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Yin Mingzi, his main body. Meanwhile, Nakayama of Scylla and Invikil had solemn expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected Yin Mingzi's main body to come here. This fellow had reached the half-step inaction realm countless years ago. Moreover, he was known as the #1 expert below the inaction realm. Now that so many years had passed, even if he hadn't reached the inaction realm, it was impossible that he hadn't improved. They were in big trouble. Invikil spoke solemnly. Nakayama of Scylla, what should we do now? Nakayama of Scylla fell silent for a moment, and then he said, it's beyond our ability. Invikil fell silent. Indeed, with Yin Mingzi's appearance, it wasn't something that he and Nakayama of Scylla could interfere with. Moreover, if Yi Xian died, then they might die as well. Would Yin Mingzi let them go? He definitely wouldn't. Meanwhile, Qinshi suddenly walked towards Yin Mingzi with a blood-red sword in his hand. A mocking smile curled up the corners of Yin Mingzi's mouth. What? You want to kill me? Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Yin Mingzi pressed his fingers together. Bang! Yi Xian's green profound sword was clamped, and Yin Mingzi was about to exert force when Yi Xian suddenly let go of the green profound sword. In an instant, a wave of blood-red sword light enveloped him and Yin Mingzi. Bang! The sword light tore through the air. But in the next moment, an extremely terrifying and powerful force suddenly erupted from the battlefield. Rumble! Yi Xian retreated over 1 kilometer away with his sword. Yin Mingzi, who stood before Yi Xian, was completely unharmed. Seeing this, Nakayama of Scylla and Invikil's faces immediately darkened. Right at this moment, Yin Mingzi suddenly smiled and said, Come, let me see if you can really ignore space and time. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and gently waved his right hand at Yi Xian. Acha! In an instant, the space and time that Yi Xian was in began to crack like glass. What a strange space-time power. Yi Xian just stood there without moving, letting the space-time he was in crack layer by layer. Not long after, Yi Xian was already in a mysterious space-time black hole. And this space-time black hole was still annihilating bit by bit, but Yi Xian was completely fine. The smile on Dreamcloud's face gradually vanished when he witnessed this scene, and it was replaced by a gloomy expression. At this moment he was a little shocked. The guy in front of him was actually able to ignore the power of time and space that he had used. Was this guy really just in the Heartless Realm? A question flashed through Dreamcloud's mind. Right at this moment, Yi Xian took a step forward, and he'd left the space-time abyss. In the next moment, a blood-red ray of light appeared between Dreamcloud's brows. However, it was stopped by a shield of clouds. So the green profound sword returned to Yi Xian's grasp. Dreamcloud gazed at Yi Xian, and then he flicked his sleeve. In an instant, the clouds in the surroundings suddenly seethed. In the next moment, all the clouds actually converged together and transformed into a cloud dragon that was over 3 kilometers long. The cloud dragon roared as it soared through the sky, and then it instantly dove down towards Yi Xian. Bang! In an instant, the entire heavens and the earth seethed. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the enormous dragon, and then he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, countless wisps of blood energy in the surroundings suddenly converged towards him, and in next to no time, an enormous blood-red dragon that was over 10 kilometers long appeared above him. The enormous blood-red dragon raised its head and roared furiously before it shot into the sky. Twin dragons collided head-on. Rumble! An explosion that sounded like a thunderclap resounded in the sky, and then the two enormous dragons exploded apart. The heavens and the earth dimmed down while countless strands of space were obliterated. Nakayama of Scylla's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Laws! Invikil's expression was extremely solemn as well. The battle between Yi Xian and Dreamcloud's son had destroyed this expanse of space, and this meant that the laws left behind by Jun Daolin were about to appear. As expected, as the space in the surroundings was obliterated, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared above them, and then 2 bolts of blood-red divine lightning appeared above them. The energy of the laws. Dreamcloud's son glanced at the 2 bolts of divine lightning and chuckled. If you were here in person, then I would be 70% afraid of you. But if it's only the energy of the laws. Meanwhile, one of the bolts of divine lightning shot directly towards him. Dreamcloud's son opened his palm, and then he gently guided it upwards. In an instant, countless clouds converged in front of him. Bang! When the blood-colored divine lightning entered the clouds, the entire cloud layer began to seethe. But in the next moment, the cloud layer actually imprisoned the lightning. Nakayama of Scylla spoke in a low voice when he witnessed this scene, as expected of the person who was closest to the ancestor. As he spoke, a trace of worry flashed through his eyes as he gazed at Yi Xian, who was in the distance. Dreamcloud's strength was absolutely not something that Zhongshou, Xiao Xiao, and the others could compare to. If the person behind Yi Xian didn't show up, then they would absolutely be unable to stop him. But now, the person behind Yi Xian had no intention of showing up. Actually, he was slightly annoyed. Damn it, is there no one behind this fellow? In the distance, Yi Xian was locked onto by a bolt of divine lightning as well. When the other bolt of divine lightning attacked Dreamcloud's son, it shot towards Yi Xian as well. As for Yi Xian, he didn't go head-on against it, and he directly entered the mysterious abyss of space and time. As soon as he entered that mysterious expanse of space and time, the bolt of divine lightning was stunned. I can't find him? Dreamcloud's son frowned slightly when he saw the bolt of divine lightning stop on the spot. It seems like it can't sense Yi Xian. Right at this moment, the bolt of divine lightning suddenly turned around and shot towards Dreamcloud's son. Since it couldn't sense Yi Xian, then it had to find a target, right? Otherwise, it would have come here for nothing. Moreover, Dreamcloud's son just happened to have violated the laws, so he was the perfect target. Dreamcloud's son's face instantly turned gloomy when he saw the bolt of divine lightning shooting towards him. He came looking for me because he couldn't sense Yi Xian? It didn't cause much harm, but it was extremely insulting. Elmar's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. When the bolt of divine lightning arrived in front of him, he suddenly took a step forward, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward. An expanse of light surged out from his fist like an erupting volcano. Rumble! The bolt of divine lightning blasted his fist onto the spot it was standing on. Right at this moment, Dreamcloud's son's pupils constricted because a sword had arrived at the center of his forehead. Dreamcloud's son didn't dare act carelessly, and he swiftly raised his left arm to block it. Bang! An expanse of blood-red light erupted, and Dreamcloud's son was pushed over 100 m back. As soon as he stopped moving, his entire body fell into a mysterious spatial abyss. Dreamcloud's son glanced at the surroundings, and he frowned slightly. This spatial abyss. He hadn't even finished speaking when a ray of light suddenly stabbed towards him. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Dreamcloud's son's eyes. And then he suddenly clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. Bang! The mysterious spatial abyss started seething, and his punch had forcefully stopped Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian's sword had missed, so he immediately retreated. However, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly flew out while he was retreating. Within the spatial abyss, Dreamcloud's son's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his right arm to block. Bang! The green profound sword was directly blocked flying. Meanwhile, Dreamcloud's son suddenly spoke fiercely. You actually used a spatial abyss to trap me? How laughable. Watch me shatter your spatial abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Rumble. The spatial abyss started seething, but it didn't shatter. Dreamcloud's son frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he smashed his fist forward once more. Bang! The entire mysterious expanse of space trembled violently. However, it still didn't shatter. Dreamcloud's son's expression was slightly unsightly. He was unwilling to give up, and he smashed his fist a few more times. For a time, the entire mysterious expanse of space shook violently like an earthquake. However, no matter how Dreamcloud's son attacked it, It showed no signs of shattering. A short moment later, Dreamcloud's son came to an understanding. He was utterly unable to shatter this mysterious expanse of space. When he thought up to here, Dreamcloud's son gazed at Yi Xian in the distance. Yi Xian, do you still have any trump cards? Yi Xian lightly waved the green profound sword in his hand, and he didn't speak. At this moment his aura was still rising explosively. Even though he was only at the unheart realm, his aura wasn't inferior to Dreamcloud's son at all. It was the boost from the energy of his bloodline. Most importantly, Yi Xian hadn't suffered any backlash. Dreamcloud's son gazed at Yi Xian, and then his body suddenly became illusory. In an instant, countless afterimages suddenly appeared in the heavens and the earth. And these afterimages were like a storm that shot violently towards Yi Xian in the distance. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't choose to continue attacking. He raised the green profound sword in his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Rumble! In an instant, numerous explosions resounded incessantly in the heavens and the earth. As these explosions resounded, Yi Xian retreated repeatedly, and he retreated for over 100 kilometers. Moreover, when the afterimages vanished, Yi Xian was still there. However, it wasn't easy for him this time, and a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Dreamcloud's son's expression gradually became solemn. He hadn't imagined that Yi Xian would actually be able to resist this attack of his. Dreamcloud's son didn't give it any further thought, and he suddenly rose slowly into the air. In the air, he opened his right palm, and then the space above him split apart. In an instant, a blood-red bolt of lightning shot out from within, and it descended into his palm. As soon as it appeared, the heavens and the earth and the surroundings instantly became illusory. This place couldn't endure the might of the blood-red bolt of lightning at all. In the shadows, Nakayama of Scylla and Dreamcloud's expressions had become extremely solemn, and they exchanged glances while their eyes were filled with astonishment. In the distance, Yi Xian had stopped as well. He held the green profound sword tightly in his right hand, and he seemed to have sensed danger. Meanwhile, Dreamcloud's son suddenly spoke fiercely. Yi Xian, let me see exactly how strong your sword is. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly tossed it forward. Hiss! The blood-red bolt of lightning shot down violently from the sky. Bang! In an instant, the space in an area of a few million kilometers started burning. Chapter 1982. Along with the appearance of the blood-red divine lightning, Nakayama of Scylla and Invicil who were hiding in the shadows retreated explosively. Danger. That was what they felt at this moment. Merely the pressure it emanated caused them to feel the aura of death. In the distance, Yi Xian raised his head slowly. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently before transforming into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. He blocked it head-on. In next to no time, the blood-red divine lightning blasted onto the sword shield. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly resounded. Rumble! Yi Xian instantly retreated over 300 kilometers away. The sword shield was fine, but Yi Xian's entire body had actually split open, and a copious amount of blood surged out. Moreover, the blood-red divine lightning actually didn't vanish. Moreover, it had transformed into a human face. The blood-red face suddenly laughed gloomily. That's a good sword. Dreamcloud, you have to give it to me. Dreamcloud spoke indifferently. If you're able to kill him, then this sword is yours. The blood-red face roared with laughter. Remember what you said. As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! Everywhere the divine lightning passed, space was instantly incinerated and obliterated. The terrifying energy contained within it wasn't something space could endure. In the distance, Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and he held the green profound sword tightly in his right hand. In the next moment he charged forward and stabbed with his sword. It was a head-on collision. The green profound sword stabbed directly onto the divine lightning. At the same time, an expanse of sword light enveloped the divine lightning. Bang! Another explosion resounded like a clap of thunder. In the blink of an eye, Rumble. An expanse of sword light was obliterated. Yi Xian retreated explosively over 30 kilometers away, and he just stopped when the face suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss. The blood-red sword light slashed down and tore everything apart. Bang. The sword light shattered, and Yi Xian retreated explosively for over 10 kilometers again. The faces of Nakayama of Scylla and Invikil instantly sank when they witnessed this scene. What exactly is the origin of this divine lightning? It was actually so terrifying. In the distance, the blood-colored face did not follow up with another attack. It stopped and smiled. This sword formation is interesting. It can actually withstand my special power. Cloud Dreamsy suddenly smiled and said, Nether Realm. This person is not simple. He might have an inactive realm expert behind him. Yu Jing smiled and said, An inactive realm expert? Forget about this place. Even in the alternate world, there were not many inaction realm elites. There are currently only 9 peerless realm elites in the other world, but I know all of them, so? As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. The person behind him is definitely not an inaction realm elite. Even if he is, I'm afraid he's only at the false boundless realm, pseudo-limitless stage. Hearing this, Yun Mengzi became silent. The truth was that the pseudo-novelist level was infinitely close to the nothingness level. His half-step nothingness level was actually a bit overstated. Limitless realm. Since ancient times, only a handful of people had been able to reach this level. Meanwhile, NetherRealm smiled and said, So what if he has an inactive realm expert behind him? Isn't my master an inaction realm elite as well? Ha! Cloud Dreamsy glanced at NetherRealm and smiled. Of course. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian in the distance. Do you need help? NetherRealm looked at Yi Xian in the distance and laughed. No need. Just wait and see. Isn't this person a swordsman? Let me defeat him with my sword. As he spoke, he suddenly turned into a sword. The next moment, he turned into a blood-colored sword light and shot out. Puss. In an instant, the space in his path shattered and was annihilated. Sword. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly looked up. His right hand held the azure profound sword tightly and was about to attack. However, when the sword arrived in front of him, he suddenly put away the azure profound sword. Seeing this, Cloud Dreamsy's expression changed. He wanted to stop NetherRealm, but it was too late. NetherRealm sank into the center of Yi Xian's forehead. Boom. Yi Xian's figure trembled violently, while an extremely terrifying aura swept out from within him. Nakayama of Scylla and Invikil were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Is he dead? But it didn't take long for them to notice that Yi Xian wasn't dead. Moreover, Yi Xian's aura was rising madly. Both of them exchanged glances, and their eyes were filled with shock. Cloud Dreamsy stared fixedly at Yi Xian in the distance, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, a furious howl suddenly resounded from within Chen Shi's body. How audacious! How dare you devour me? Devour? Everyone was stunned when they heard Yu Jing. Yi Xian is devouring Yu Jing? Meanwhile, Yu Jing's voice resounded once more. Cloud Dreamsy, hurry up and save me. Cloud Dreamsy pondered deeply for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and slashed down with his sword. Bang! An expanse of blood-red light erupted, and then Cloud Dreamsy was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Nakayama of Scylla's face fell when he witnessed this scene. Cloud Dreamsy is intentionally refusing to save Yu Jing. Invikil nodded. Obviously, Cloud Dreamsy wants Yi Xian to devour Yu Jing. But what's his objective in doing this? Nakayama of Scylla laughed coldly. Isn't it simple? He wants to form enmity between Yi Xian and the power behind Yu Xian. Or perhaps, he wants to use the power behind Yu Xian to deal with Yi Xian. Invikil spoke in a low voice. So he sensed danger from Yi Xian? Nakayama of Scylla laughed bitterly. So long as he isn't blind, then he should be aware that there's definitely an inactive realm expert behind Yi Xian. If this fellow doesn't have such an expert backing him, then how could he possibly be so heaven-defying? Whether it's his bloodline or that sword, they aren't things that an ordinary person should possess. Invikil nodded, and then he glanced at Cloud Dreamsy. This fellow is very sinister. Nakayama of Silla spoke indifferently. How could someone who has come this far be an idiot? In the distance, Yi Xian's aura rose explosively. Within him, Yi Xian roared madly, "Lowly creature, how dare you devour me? Do you know who I am?" Yi Xian didn't even care about Yu Jing, and he continued devouring. Yu Xian roared madly. At this moment, Xiao Tao's voice suddenly resounded from within Yi Xian's body. "Stop shouting. You're stupid, yet you insist on becoming a sword. Who can you blame?" Yu Xian said angrily. "Who are you?" Xiao Tao spoke indifferently. "I am Destiny's Tower. The #1 tower in the universe. Under 3 swords, I'm invincible. Above 3 swords I can change." At this point, it didn't continue. Yu Xian said angrily. "What stupid tower? Hurry up and make him stop. If I die here, my master won't let him go." Xiao Tao said indifferently. "What? Do you want to fight for a backer?" Yu Xian said fiercely. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you don't stop him, when my master comes down, you'll all die." "Shut up." Xiao Tao suddenly said angrily. "It's not easy for the young master to stop relying on his father and sister. You bastard, you want to use a backer again." "Ah." Yu Xian suddenly roared. "Lowly creature, stop." The voice slowly weakened. Outside, Cloud Dreamsy looked at Yi Xian, but he didn't do anything. He just looked at Yi Xian, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the distance, Yi Xian was still roaring, but at this moment, his voice was getting weaker. On the contrary, Yi Xian's aura was getting stronger. Combined with his original bloodline aura, his aura was no weaker than Cloud Dreamsy's. Gradually, Yi Xian's voice became as soft as a mosquito. Before long, his voice disappeared completely. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Yi Xian's body. As this aura erupted, the surrounding space-time boiled. In the distance, Cloud Dreamsy narrowed his eyes and clenched his right hand slowly, but he didn't make a move. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, his realm went from the heartless realm to the thoughtless realm. However, it wasn't over yet. His aura was still growing. Before long, he went from the thoughtless realm to the corporeal realm. He went up 2 realms in a row. At this moment, Cloud Dreamsy slowly retreated. Upon seeing this scene, Nakayama of Silla frowned slightly. Did this guy want to escape? Suddenly, Cloud Dreamsy disappeared from his spot. As soon as Cloud Dreamsy disappeared, the space-time above Yi Xian's head trembled slightly. At this moment, the entire Dao critical space-time was boiling. It was the entire Dao critical space-time. For a time, countless experts from the Dao world turned to look in Yunjia's direction, and their eyes were filled with terror. Is an inaction realm expert about to appear? In the darkness, Nakayama of Silla looked up at the sky above Yi Xian, and his expression was extremely unsightly. This aura isn't at the half-step inaction realm at all. An inaction realm expert. It didn't take long for a phantom to appear in the sky. As soon as it appeared, the entire Dao critical space-time started boiling, and then it started to fade. When he saw this, Nakayama of Silla's expression changed drastically. Is he going to destroy the entire Dao critical space-time? Right at this moment, a blood-red cloud suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and then a bolt of blood-red lightning condensed from within the cloud in the next moment. The laws left behind by Jun Daolin had appeared once more. Meanwhile, the phantom in the sky gradually condensed, and it didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear in the sky. The middle-aged man wore a white robe and held a horsetail whisk in his right hand. He seemed very sage-like. It wasn't his main body, but even then, his aura was at least a few dozen times stronger than Cloud Dreamsy. It really was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, the bolt of blood-red lightning suddenly vanished on the spot. The middle-aged man remained expressionless as he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the bolt of blood-red lightning was instantly obliterated. At the same time, it vanished as well. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian with a completely expressionless face. You devoured the nether realm. Yi Xian didn't speak, and he just held his sword tightly. The middle-aged man didn't speak as well. He just waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, And then Yi Xian wasn't even able to react before he was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Moreover, the middle-aged man had appeared in front of him before he could even stop himself. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was actually gone. The middle-aged man was about to attack when Xiao Ta suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. "You're too much of a bully. You hit the young, and the old came. How can you bully others like this?" The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Ta. "We're bullying you. You're not happy?" Xiao Ta laughed. "I wanted to keep a low profile, but now it seems that I can no longer keep a low profile." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "Come. Attack." Xiao Ta said disdainfully. "You're not worthy for me to attack. I want to call for help." The middle-aged man. Xiao Ta suddenly trembled. After a moment he suddenly said, "Master, I'm calling for you. Hurry up and come out." After a moment, there was no movement at all. Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Master, I'm calling for you." There was still no movement at all. Xiao Ta couldn't help but curse. "Motherf asterisk cur, are you not giving me any face? Everyone. P.S. Will you forgive me?" You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.